Hey folks, I am here, and you were there. And I want some Advil. Hey Clint! Clint, can you do me a favor? 1 second, I gotta get some Advil. My shoulder is achy. You could actually, if you could just grab a pill bottle and just give it to me. I was, but I forgot to bring it over. Alright. Sorry about that. Gotta just rearrange some things here. Hey! I got a $2 super chat. Hey, what happens after the short's done? We basically shop it around and see if anybody is willing to pick it up, I guess. We see what the reception is like and who comes and knocking. Basically, we have ideas, but we can't make plans. Can't really make plans until it's out and we see what the reaction is like. Hey Clint, thank you for the Advil. Much appreciated. Hello, Unicorn Weirdo says, I found out about Lackadaisy after watching one day of ProZD's videos dubbing it. Ah, neat. Yeah, he did some dubs like years back, and they were really good. This was before he was doing any professional level stuff. And Tracy mentioned it to me, and I was like, oh, I'll look into him. And I was like, you know, this is good. Definitely gotta get this guy. Got my headphones in. Hurrah. By which I mean I drank a water. Alright, so I did a thing on the advice of Z, or Toon Boom Guru. I actually replaced all the bitmaps with OG bitmaps instead of Toon Boom bitmaps, because it was slowing everything down. Like, this is now real-time playback, and with all these elements visible, I couldn't do this before. It was like chugging really hard. It was no bueno. Thankfully, even though technically some of these items might spill out that are in his car, like, I don't have to animate any of them because you can't see them anyway. Rocky's entire body is blocking our view of everything. At best, we might, like, see something down here, but that'll just clutter up the scene, so I prefer not to do that. Yep, it's doing pretty good. I'm just replying to one of my crewmates. On. Let's see. Yeah, I set all these 2D cards, like the reads and stuff, are now original bitmaps instead of Toon Boom bitmaps, so they load a lot better. I fixed the mesh warp to be a little bit more what I needed it to be, basically. This egg. trying not to have it distract too much. What happens if I do this? That kind of helps. Put another fog layer on there too, and that would help. Yeah, that might work. So. Okay. That. Dub roughs. P1. Got that done. Check Jenna. Clean up, call out. Let's set up a meeting still. Delia Vasquez says, nice work. How long do you think the entire pilot may be finished? I'm guessing a few months. Yeah, I'm hoping to release it in the summer. It's gonna basically depend how long comp is gonna take us, as much as anything. Because there's still a lot of cleanup work left to do. We got a lot of rough animation done already, but there's still a lot of cleanup work left to do, so. Between that and comp and getting all the remaining backgrounds done. But we just hired on a bunch more background people, so it should be easier to get all the remaining backgrounds out of the way. Just creating some tracking points for his feet right now. I guess instead of the PogChamp emote, you could use this. I think they took it down because the guy whose face they were using turned out to be kind of a scumbag. Like, a lot. So they're gonna be replacing it with something else. Okay, got that done. Tracking is done. Thank you for the follow, Slacky the Dapper. Sticky eyedropper. Timeline. Advanced. I see if there's a way to take the onion skin and make it not completely blocked out. Light table, opacity, wash, render style. Enable shade. I kind of want this to be set to like a multiply element or something. What do I want? Like color wash. Let's see if there's a way, because I know there's a way in Storyboard Pro. Let's see. Harmony, onion, skin, line, layer. Line art only, onion, skin. Let's see. Preferences, drawing, understanding, style. Not what I want presently. Well, we'll just have to work in this view. There's a transparent. There we go. That's more helpful. Where's his tail now? Okay. Let me make sure that was all grouped. I'm slowly learning how to Toon Boom. The node view looks confusing, but it's quite powerful. Let's see, look at chat. Yes, it's a short film. It's not based on any particular chapter from the comics. You can consider it kind of a buffet plate of some sort. It's like everything that happens could be canon. It's all in character, but we need to present everything in kind of a condensed form in order to have all the characters like that are important to the narrative to be like front and center early on. Because in the comic it's more of a slow burn, like it takes a few chapters before you get introduced to everybody. And we don't have the luxury of time for that, so this is like a unique short story featuring all the major players to give you an idea of who everybody is and their relationship to each other and that kind of thing. So it's going to be a bit more than 20 minutes long. Short films are short films can be as little as 30 seconds or as long as not feature length, basically. So a short film could be 30-40 minutes, yes, but that we are not doing a 30-40 minute film. We do not have the budget or the time to do that. I think that would be overkill anyway for what we intend. Thank you for the follow there, Bears. Hey, Knox. burbs want crazy. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they always be shrieking. Yeah, I get very quiet when there's nobody to talk to, and I'm just animating. Tracy will probably be in later. She usually is. Most likely she's sleeping. Or she is taking care of an errand. What is it, pup? What is it, pup? Hello.
Hi.
It's a Tracy. I told you all Tracy would be in.
I'll show up eventually.
Eventually, Tracy shows up.
Been going for a while already.
Yep. Yep, yeah. Here, I'll stream for you. I'll stream application so you can hear it.
Thank you.
He's scram.
Oh,
He's scram real loud. Clint was like, what the hell is he saying? And I had to explain, and Newt has the same thing. It's like, because it is indecipherable gibberish if you didn't hear the previous line. He's just screaming so loud. But it amuses me. Scram. Yeah, it's scram.
hi Siri, hi Max, hi Wowza. Hi Reanimations. And Unicorn Weirdo. I'll probably do the title card. Did you get the sound edit from M?
M says that they're still working on it. There is possibly going to be a windstorm in Kansas where they're at.
Oh.
Or is it Kentucky? Yeah, whatever.
Kentucky.
Yeah,
They're
Kentucky.
In that, like,
Kentucky.
Or Louisville.
Yeah. So, the power might go out. So they told me that there's a possibility that they'll deliver it tomorrow morning.
Okay.
So they're just giving me a heads up. I was chatting with them today about what kind of music to use. And so I was like testing out different music that's supposed to be public domain. And I was putting it on a different channel of mine just to see what happens.
If it gets flagged, okay.
Yeah, and it got flagged, but they're all public domain. Except one which was a 1926 recording, but so I'm disputing everything that's like definitely public domain.
Okay. If it's gonna get flagged though, we should probably look for something else.
Yeah, Em was already looking into something that's like a royalty-free thing that they can buy for like $16. That's pretty on the nose. So.
That'd be fine. Yeah, I mean, I'll buy it if.
Could be something
Or
that we
they
can
can
use
just they
from
can just
us.
include it in their
Yeah.
include it in their invoice.
Yeah, I could tell them to just invoice that separately so that they're covered. But yeah, it's just not like super expensive, but just something to consider. Because
Yeah,
I found all this great music that should be public domain, but the bots don't care. It's like
Yeah.
somebody will claim that it's theirs even though it's not. And I'm like, I know these things are public domain, so this is bullshit.
YouTube is so fucked up.
Yeah. It's... I'm like looking at it, it was like, ad rev for rights holder is copyright owners for You've Got to Get Hot by Fletcher Henderson, which is like a song from like 1924. It's like, ad rev for rights holders, sure. Orchard Music also is trying to claim Memphis Bound. So let me look them up. Music distribution. Like, that's kind of the hard thing, too, is like, I just try to figure out, like, who is going to claim this music, and, like, their websites are so just, like, Squarespace default crap that's, like, really uninformative.
Yeah, I think it's probably not worth the headache to try to use those, and we just
No, but it was
something
worth
for
a
15
test
bucks.
on my own. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's really obnoxious that folks do this, because it's like you throw down a bot and the bot runs even if it's public domain stuff. Some people just claim it anyway, so it's like bullshit. It's a very frustrating thing.
Yeah.
I wish these companies were not so goddamn irresponsible.
Intellectual property law is so far behind
The
internet
digital realm,
age.
yeah.
The digital age, and people are out there taking advantage of it.
Yeah. There needs to be like if you run a bot to detect this stuff, there needs to be like, the bot for this song dies after this time. Like, it needs to be renewed or something like that. Something at minimum. And that's the thing, is that it's like, what is the system for all this? And it's extremely obtuse. And that's on purpose, because YouTube doesn't want people getting around it, but at the same time you also can't work with it either if you don't know what the rules are. So it's like a system of law where you do not know what the law even is. You only know what the law is when you like smack right up against it. And that's well before any actual law comes into play. So frustrating. Also, it's really weird when I get copyright notices on really old streams of mine. It's like, why am I getting flagged on this now? This is a stream from like 8 years ago. What the hell? So, okay, I'm looking at this, and even with my dispute claims, where I don't think I'm gonna get my account killed by saying this is public domain. I don't think it's gonna work like that. If they do, but,
No, you would have to have 3 strikes.
yeah.
And just a copyright claim does not constitute a strike even, so
Yeah.
unless they tell you it does.
I doubt it. It would be rather extreme, because right now, what these rights holders are trying to do is just suck money. That's all it really is. So, the problem I'm seeing is that even if, you know, was a good... even if my claim is upheld, and they remove they remove the dispute, the problem is that video monetization is being held for at least 29 days. And I'd rather not lose... It's like, I know we don't make much revenue off of these things, but I'd rather not waste that. I would rather not.
No,
So,
let's,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. Just, let's
I'm gonna-
license
alright.
something. Stop trying to solve YouTube.
You can't solve YouTube.
YouTube is a problem you can't solve.
YouTube, the problem, and the solution. But mostly the problem.
Yeah.
Really too bad too, because I would love to just like play Duke Ellington on the stream, that kind of thing. It's like there's plenty of like public domain recordings, but just the bot doesn't care. Bot claims it. So, what the frick? I'm just, who the fuck is ad rep for rights holder though? I hate. It's like it just reads as scam.
It very well could still be.
It could be legit, but someone could still
Because
put out bullshit. So.
yeah, I mean, well, people buy the catalogs of
Mhm.
older musicians, and or sometimes they just get passed down in the family.
Mhm.
So it can be legitimate that they genuinely do.
Mhm.
But for a lot of that early stuff, like I think it's 1922, everything should be, prior to that, everything should be public domain, but
Part of the problem also is that the bot detects music. It doesn't detect the particular recording. So you could have a recording that is in of itself public domain, but because the composition is still under copyright, and that, you
Well,
know,
it's like-
other
it's the-
recordings are under copyright still.
well,
it
often
will
it's the
yeah.
the sheet music is no longer under copyright because that predates the recordings. It's often the recordings that are then under copyright because some orchestra years later plays the song, and then so
Yeah, and it's hard for
Yeah,
me to tell
that's-
which that is, but yeah, I don't doubt that the bot is also not intelligent enough to tell between different recordings.
no, I mean, Just like Tumblr's porn bot can't figure out what a nipple is and isn't.
The other
Is it weird
problem.
that every time we talk about these bots, all I think of is like the droids in Futurama and just.
The other issue that annoys me with YouTube system is that the bot doesn't know whether or not you actually have licensed that music. So you'll get flagged anyway, and like you can get that flag release, but it's still like there should be a system to not have that happen. Period.
You can post the license information in the description. Some places suggest you do that. Like, and they'll provide you with like a text thing to copy paste in there. They still may flag you, but at least you can point to like, dude, I even got the license info, like proof of purchase thing in my description.
Yeah. It's just annoying. It's this whole system needs to be streamlined a lot. Oh, dog. I'm gonna close the door so I don't hear him bark. 1 second. The funny thing is that I can also see from the perspective of someone whose work could get taken, the use of this system. Like, you put up a performance of, like, your music, and people can just snatch it off of YouTube and, like, fuck with it. And if you don't have some system that you can use to address that, like, very easily that work could be considered an orphan work all of a sudden, and, like, big companies could just steal your music and you don't see a dime and it's being used in commercials and such. Like, you see that problem with people who are, like, part of memes, you know, where it's like, that's my face that you are making money off of. So it's like you want something that is, like, balanced, basically, but the problem, as I see it, is that YouTube's system is the issue. It's not even as much DMCA, it's how people abuse it using YouTube. That bots are just not sophisticated enough, and they need to be more sophisticated, but they're just stupid. I don't know how you would go about programming a bot to, like, not flag, like, you know, stuff that isn't owned by people. You know, so just,
I don't know. The system doesn't work for anybody but the recording industry right now.
Yeah.
Because that's who YouTube is afraid of.
Yeah, so it's optimized for them. Yeah. Trying to think if there's anything more on Rocky I want to do. It's mostly like adjusting lip sync. There's like not too much. Of course I gotta adjust his tail. But I like how his head is like bouncing up and down and stuff. What I'm probably gonna do is, so this is just the rough animation. I'm gonna break this up into different pieces that I then track on parts of the car. So like I put X's on the car here. I need to put an X by his hand here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw pieces of him, and those pieces are going to have like a little X on them that will track to that car also. And that's how I'm going to refine it. It's like, that's less fun to do than the actual animation, but it's going to be necessary to not make this like a snarl of lines, so that somebody can follow it. Alright, let me get his tail.
Crimson Quill says, what sort of dog are they?
Rocky is a Jack Russell screamer.
Freckle's just a frightened Pomeranian.
Are you talking about Moth, who was barking? That was... He's a miniature Aussie, so he's extremely yappy and that way. He is very that way.
I thought you were just being snarky.
What?
Oh, no,
Oh,
I thought,
snarky, yeah.
thought they may have been legitimately asking. They probably were legitimately asking about
Yeah.
the dog barking.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell if they were asking about that or like the characters on the screen.
Screaming terrier. What dog is that?
It's a scream dog.
Scream dog. Hey, is that Nox? It is. Hey, Nox.
Hello.
Hey.
Nox actually has been, Tracy, he's been playing moderator for the YouTube because it was starting to get populated enough that we needed it.
Oh, thank you, Docs.
Yeah, there's been a few people who were trying to push the envelope. So,
Oh.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, new moderator privileges at some point, and they just still happen. So I figured, why
Yeah.
not?
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Nox.
Yeah. Oh, did you give him
I did. I
moderator?
gave him a new guest pass.
Cool. No, I mean moderator.
Oh,
access.
yeah, no, Newt gave him mod privileges a while back.
Gotcha. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Good idea.
I forget which event it was for, but it was one of the big YouTube streams.
Probably something where Newt couldn't relay everything himself. It was probably like the Lackadaisy stream or something like that. Speaking of which, we got another stream planned very soon. Another charity stream for one of the crew members.
Yeah, we're gonna need
Nice.
in addition to the title card for the. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I thought. Sorry. I was going to say we need a thumbnail for that as well as.
Yeah, Newt did a quick little thing, but I think what I want is I want to throw the tiger in there. Since that's more Malcolm's thing.
Yeah. We
Should do that.
Is it for Malcolm's dad?
Yep. Yeah. We've been talking about wanting to do a stream for his dad for a while, ever since he put up that GoFundMe, but we didn't have any time in January to do it. It was too full of everything. And I was like mega stressed out. So I wanted to do it when we were like not feeling the choke chain, you know? It's like we want to give this our attention, so. But yeah, if we can get his dad a little closer to being able to retire, that'd be good.
Yeah.
The poor guy, freaking plague wrecked him. He doesn't deserve that.
Yeah, it's been really brutal.
Yeah.
Poor guy.
Yeah. It's been bad news, so we wanted to,
I don't know if you want to
yeah,
talk.
we wanted to help him out. Sorry. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
that's great.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to talk about this on stream, but is the situation in LA any better now?
It's slowly getting better. I've been watching the news, So the new cases are down, deaths are down. They're seeing definitely a steep decline. I know that, was it like per population or like per capita or something? Like California is no longer at the top. So, yay, we're not number 1 or number 2. So,
Well, that's good at least.
yeah.
Yeah, they made stuff stricter for a while here too, and our numbers have been dropping like crazy,
Yeah.
so it's pretty good.
There's still a lot of contention about like what that, removing the stay-at-home order. Like a lot of people feel like that's one reason why it's coming down, but also they're getting better about vaccinating. They apparently the military has come in and they're helping with vaccination, and they're getting more doses. I forget if they're getting more vaccination sites or whatever, but it's basically up to like counties themselves to set up where to distribute the vaccines. It's not that the state like provides all the material, but the counties themselves have to manage it. And that might also be part of the reason why there's been some difficulty, because there's like, it's a lot of people, it's a lot of counties. That's a lot to coordinate, and if you don't have like some sort of central coordination, it can be pretty difficult. But at the same time, like, California is so freaking diverse that it's like, how would you do central coordination and have it like be applicable to like everywhere? So
Yeah.
it's a challenge, but they're trying to figure it out. There was a new website that opened up that allowed you to sign up. Like, it's like, so basically you'll get a newsletter for when you'll get like news about vaccination in your area, that kind of thing. And like if you're not in the current eligible categories, like they'll keep you up to date on things, and at least like you're in the system. So, because it's like, I know that I'm not going to get vaccinated anytime soon, but I would like to like be up to date, like when can I get vaccinated though?
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
I just figure my job's gonna run around clutching vaccines at us as soon as they can, so I'm not too worried about me. But yeah,
Yeah.
by Unicorn Weirdo. It's always hard to know what to call the people that have self-deprecating names.
Self-deprecating names, like what? Who?
Well, I mean, there's a guy. You had a stream attendee called Unicorn Weirdo.
It's just unicorn then, right?
Yeah.
What shortens it up? Not, you wouldn't call him a weirdo. He is a unicorn weirdo. That makes him. Does that
Some
mean
people
that
take
he's?
pride in being a weirdo? So
Yeah.
consider
Yeah.
so.
Yeah. Badge of honor. I get it. I'm a weirdo too.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, out of curiosity, do you go over the car at all at some point, or do you render it as line art?
The car? Oh, the car is
Yeah.
just a PNG sequence. Like, you animate and render the car in Blender. Then you export that out as a PNG sequence, and you import that into Toon Boom.
Mhm.
So it's now like just a series of flat images, basically, and you just basically animate on top of that, and then you like mask things and that sort of thing. So
I think
Fair enough.
Are you asking if we're going to like draw an outline around it so that it matches like the way the characters look?
I assume you are.
Cel-shaded look, or
it already has a shader that does that, but we will be applying like some effects to it, like a rim light or whatever, to kind of get the rendering to roughly match.
we're still planning to do EV synth, I thought.
At least for some pieces, we'll do it. If it becomes too much of a struggle, then I'm just gonna like do the cheap and crappy way, which is just like After Effects, which is like good enough.
Oh, that's cool. Always interesting to see how you guys work on this sort of thing, because it's completely removed to what I normally do.
Yeah, it's very much just like you have a plan, and then you come up with 3 other plans for if the other plan did not work. It doesn't work, so...
Sounds like stuff I do in real life, just not for art.
Yeah. It's, you're building pieces that you're gonna stitch together in the end.
People in chat are saying they want to pet the tail.
I'm sure he's very soft. Very fluffy, maybe a little sticky.
Yeah, the problem with petting or squishing Rocky's tail, like people are saying, is you have to be physically close to Rocky, which is a rather dangerous hazard.
Dangerous prospect, yes.
Sure, he'd appreciate the hug, though. Not that he deserves it.
Is that somebody will finally have loved him?
Ouch! Damn! That's a bird!
I feel bad for Rocky, and yet I kind of don't.
He does it to himself. It's like, you could feel bad for him. I relate to him. But also, I'm like, dude.
Devilish asked, does his tail taste like syrup?
What the fuck? I don't know what you are imagining, but
Yeah, I mean, you said
there's
it was
websites
sticky.
for that.
Yeah. YouTube chat is... in YouTube chat.
I mean, I'm not doing a good job of discouraging it, so...
Gaffnator asked, question, who modeled the vehicle, because I think it looks awesome.
That's Newt. Newt is our 3D modeler. He's also the community manager for the Lackadaisy Discord.
The man of many hats.
Yeah.
Tiny little new cats. Yes.
I found a solution to my this file getting enormous issue, and that is talking to Z and finding out that in fact I needed to use OG bitmaps and not Toon Boom bitmaps to have this not die. Yeah. It's like rendering still takes some time, but at least like playback isn't completely ridiculous.
What's the difference with like Toon Boom bitmaps that they cause that that cause the file to blow up?
Toon Boom bitmaps show the bitmap in like really good quality right off the bat, versus OG bitmap, until it's rendered, it looks like shit. So that low quality means that it plays back faster.
And Caffeinator asked us to pass along that he did an amazing job. I have sent Newt a message saying so.
Yes, YouTube approves.
I actually passed on yesterday. We had somebody also who was getting excited about the car. I passed that on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ended up posting his Twitter link a few times in the chat because people kept asking, like over the course of the many hours that people streamed for, who made them cars?
I love the car.
Yeah,
Animate
well,
that car. I haven't actually like legit 3D animated something in so long also, so like that car is the most complicated thing I've 3D animated in a while.
yeah. That's really, you did a good job.
Thank you.
Chat's asking how old Rocky is again. I think you said 22 yesterday?
Yeah, he's 22.
Starting to get suspicious whenever people ask that. They're like, is it okay if? It's like, your choice.
Look 12, but they're really 400.
Nah, the 12-year-old cats in Lackadaisy look different.
Yeah, I know.
They look like little baboons.
Cats live a bit longer than that, Tito.
Yeah, that's maybe outdated information for cat lifespan.
Yeah, it's closer to 20 if you take good
yeah.
care of them.
If you don't let them
Yeah.
outside, it's not.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'd say more like 15 to 20. Although a lot of cats, for some reason, around the age of 12, a lot of cats, if they're gonna get cancer, that's when they get it. So like lymphoma and things. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if they don't get sick around that time, they usually live quite a bit longer. Rocky, the actual cat, lived to be 19.
Wow.
Amazingly. Calvin, Freckle,
Nice.
the cat, lived to 17.
Allo says the all characters are 18 plus is an ominous thing to see in the description for a comic.
Is that somewhere? Where's it say that?
I think it just means like it's going to contain adult.
I mean, there's adult situations in this, but not like that. More like
No.
guns.
Yeah, no, I don't
Yeah.
think they were talking about like they were talking about like
Yeah.
if like upfront a comic tells you like
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know that on my own comic, I have a header at the top that says specifically, "This is not safe for work." I'm like, there be blood, there be boob. So just warning. Of course, that's also like a, hey, check this out to some folks, so. It's not a bad thing.
Like how movies avoid the PG rating.
Yeah.
So, how have you guys been? It's been a few weeks since I've last actually spoken to you guys.
Tired. They're tired.
Yeah.
Tired and cold.
We were gonna do a poker night with Jason, but then he had food poisoning. He decided that it was more fun to play poker with the toilet.
Aw. Wow.
I was like, ah, damn.
Did he like... Did he steal Brad's hot dog or something?
You mean Val's?
Val, yes,
Yeah,
sorry.
no.
Val's hot dog. Val's infamous hot dog.
That sounds terrible.
Yes.
I suppose the way that Val frames it, it is an infamous hot dog, isn't it? Still haven't gotten those cookies. Actually, the dogs are barking, so I could go check to see if the cookies came yet.
That is so weird. They're still this late.
Yeah, it's pretty frustrating. The moment he said, I'm sending cookies, I was like, I am going to be the last person to get those cookies. I just know it. I will not see those cookies for a long time.
You're gonna have to have some kind of meetup so that he can bring them to you in person next time.
Yeah, like watch him like actually arrive in Los Angeles before the cookies do. He bakes me some, and then as soon as we're done with them, bing bong, they've arrived.
Yeah, that could happen.
With the way the post office has been lately. Oh.
Yeah. For the people who are asking for about character ages, if you go to the characters page on the Lackadaisy site, most of them have their birthdays listed. Except Mitzi, but don't ask.
Zip flies about his age too.
Makes sense. Yeah, Zib's gonna turn out to be 14. That would be really bad.
Oh no! Tracy, why? That should be his joke answer. How old are you? 14. I was like, wow, you're really raw looking 14-year-old. Thanks.
You lived a hard life, okay?
It's really, it's
That
just
shit
all
ain't
like,
to do, yeah.
it's all just trauma and all the abuse.
It's all just trauma and chain smoking.
Yeah.
Hey kids, want to age fast? You too can follow the Dorian Zabowski method.
You should definitely be a lifestyle coach.
Oh my god. Zib the lifestyle coach would be horrible.
Yo, the T says, according to a Guinness World Record, 38 years was the longest lifespan a cat lived. That is a really old cat.
Yeah, I knew a cat that might have been 30. It was not what folks were not 100% sure, but for sure he was over 25. That's how old this cat was. Is that people could remember him being an old cat like a quarter of a decade ago.
Yeah. Those can be interesting, though. Remember showing up to the vet with our 19-year-old Min Pin?
Mm-hmm.
The vet was like, wait, what do you mean he was alive in 99? You're not supposed to age that old. And CCP is starting to create clickbait headlines based on Zib. Doctors hate him.
I sure do. Find out why. Doctors hate me. He just goes to the doctor. The doctor's like, "What is this? Get out of here!"
I was listening to a video the other day. Apparently, they've given up on actually making those articles about what the title says. So now it's just like a cynical loop of trying to get you to click on more clickbait titles if you go in there.
Oh, at least they're being honest now. By being
I'm not sure
dishonest.
if honest is the term. There is an article, but it came up from it was a journalist who found one of those clickbait articles that says find out this one vegetable that doctors say you should never eat, and went on a quest to find out what the hell was that vegetable they were talking about.
Cyanide.
They,
Probably not eat
never found-
cyanide.
I mean, technically, cyanide, it could be bitter almonds, which are now sold as in some of the more sketchy food things, so they're completely filled with cyanide.
Delicious cyanide. Definitely eat cyanide, kids. Who here is 11? Eat cyanide. It's a great idea. Sarcasm end tag.
You mean it's just a prank, bro?
It's just a prank. It's me, YouTube prank. YouTube prank fan, it's me. Eat cyanide. Definitely drink bleach. Definitely eat cyanide. You can tell by the seriousness in my voice. That is very serious suggestion. Call out post. Fable Paint suggests that people should eat cyanide. Especially 11-year-olds.
Dunes is pulling out houses again.
Uh-oh. Depending on the time of day, I'm any number of... I'm any point on the McDonald's triangle.
The what?
The McDonald's triangle.
I don't
There's
know what
three,
that is.
like,
It's
where...
McDonald's. We have food at home, and like the
goes through the
pyramid.
drive-through, orders a single black coffee, and leaves.
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Which I think is just, like, really good, like, personality spectrum thing.
Yeah, well, it was the... I mean, the ordering a single black coffee at McDonald's is like the classic thing people bring up as a how to torture your children.
Yeah. I could totally do all three of those things.
Mood depending.
Mood dependent.
I don't...
Does that put me squarely in the middle of the triangle, or is my head duplicated at all 3 points?
Could you at any point do all three of those things simultaneously? Otherwise,
So,
I think it's you in the
you go through the drive-thru, order a single black coffee and a chicken nugget, and only for yourself. And while you're driving home, sipping your coffee and eating the nuggets, you tell the kids, "We have food at home." And I think there's no
Wow.
bigger dick move than that. That would be a pretty ballsy thing to do. It's like when you hate your children and you want them to know it.
Wow.
And so that's how you get all 3 points at once.
This discussion is making me crave McDonald's fries.
They are pretty good. I just like French fries, period, honestly.
Yeah, but then after you eat them, you just feel sad. It's
Sadness meal. They call it a happy meal, but that's just to distract you from the reality.
It is the sadness meal.
The sadness meal.
Delia Vasquez asks, "What did I just walk into?" McDonald's Lackadaisy Cats Hour. Apparently.
I'm sad that my amazing Venn diagram did not catch on, though. It's like I thought for sure the internet would like that, but apparently not.
Which one is
Maybe
this?
I should have made it a triangle. The
Baby jail.
yeah, baby jail, horny jail, and actual prison.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm disappointed the internet never grabbed onto that one. It's like, no, it's good though. I guess just maybe to me and my bizarre sense of humor it is.
Oh man, this is a conundrum now because it's asking me to allow YouTube messages concerning like Rick suggesting antifreeze or drinking antifreeze instead of cyanide.
if they're not being creepy, it's fine.
I know, like
Yeah,
I mean it's just funny because in any other context I would never allow that, but it's
Trouble is that
completely.
Antifreeze is a little more accessible than cyanide, so like, don't drink antifreeze, kids, please. You will.
Don't
you
drink
will, like, destroy your
antifreeze. It's
kidneys.
they used it to cut the hooch way back when, and
Not
it made people
antifreeze,
blind.
well,
Wait, no, it wasn't antifreeze. It was a replacement sweetener for wine in Europe. What was it? It was like maybe in Italy. There was something where there was antifreeze being used.
Yeah,
in
you
wine.
can. Yeah, antifreeze. Right, it will make you feel drunk, but it'll also kill you.
Yeah. So let me look up the antifreeze alcohol thing.
But they would use
Yeah.
like radiator fluid, which pretty much, yeah, similar thing. They didn't call it antifreeze, but it was something
Yeah, I mean there's.
20s. But it's
History.
dimethyl.
I definitely read about a report where somebody there's like a whole freaking industry of, I think it was in Germany maybe actually, where it was so bad that for a while people just did not get wine from this one area
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
like the reputation was so bad even after they fixed it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's ethylene glycol, and it's sweet tasting. And that's also why, like, you have to be careful with animals, like, drinking it. Because they will wreck their kidneys that way, and frequently it's fatal. But they've, like, I think in modern antifreeze,
Austria.
they are... Oh, okay.
Yep, found it.
Yeah, in modern antifreeze, I think they're adding elements to it to make it not taste good, but
Yeah.
so that nobody drinks
Oh, like
Yeah.
the Nintendo
So-
Switch cartridges.
So here's the, it was the 1985 diethylene glycol wine scandal, an incident in which several Austrian wineries adulterated their wine using one of the primary ingredients in antifreeze to make wine sweeter and more full-bodied in the style of late harvest wines. Many of these Austrian wines were exported to West Germany. Some of them were bulk to be bottled large scale in German bottling facilities. And the wines were illegally blended into German wines by importers, which resulted in a lot of the poison being spread around. The scandal was uncovered by wine laboratories performing quality controls on wines sold in West Germany and immediately made headlines around the world. The affected wines were immediately withdrawn from the market. A number of people involved in the scandal were sentenced to prison or heavy fines in Austria and West Germany. The short-term effect of the scandal was a complete collapse of Austrian wine exports and a total loss of reputation of the entire Austrian wine industry, with significant adverse effects on the reputation of German wines as well. The long-term effect was the Austrian wine industry focused their production on other wine types, primarily dry white wines instead of sweet wine, and increasingly targeting a higher market segment. and it took them a decade to recover. And stricter wine laws were enacted in Austria. From what I remember from the report, also there was like a fair amount of corruption, basically. Where
Yeah, I mean that is the same shit bootleggers would do. Would be to cut alcohol with things that would make you feel drunk. They would still cause, and in some cases would enhance the flavor, but often just make it taste like shit. But they didn't care because people really just wanted to be drunk.
Yeah.
Paint thinner, creosote.
Yeah, if anybody has a hankering to time travel back to the 1920s and experience speakeasies for themselves, don't.
Well, there was the issue of, so the U.S. government wanted to discourage this kind of shit, because what bootleggers started doing was they would just use industrial alcohol, because you still need, like, people were still producing alcohol in order to use to make it for cleaners and other, household chemicals and things like that. So they get their hands on that and use that to distill alcohol or cut their alcohol. So the U.S. government was like, how do we stop this? Well, let's integrate wood alcohol into industrial alcohol to discourage this. Well, what actually happened was it didn't discourage the bootleggers from using it. It just caused people to die, because wood alcohol will either make you go blind or kill you. So it actually ended up, like, literally, like, the U.S. government poisoned thousands of people to try to, just because it was like, don't drink alcohol, you kids, and then, or we'll fucking murder you. It's so fucked up.
It was pretty fucked up.
Yeah. I mean, I guess if trying to feel drunk is your objective, that's not really that difficult, but you want to do it in a way that you'll recover from. I was listening to, what was it? Somebody did that, put a whole package of nutmeg in a drink as claiming it was a YouTube challenge. And actually,
No, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, they completely wrecked themselves.
Yeah, was that like similar to that like cinnamon challenge where people were like, I love cinnamon, let's just eat this whole like canister of cinnamon.
Oh yeah, that's actually that's very dangerous.
Yeah, it's not like, that's why spices they come in little tiny containers and you sift them out in small doses.
Yeah.
Well, I hate that. I always get the big containers from the Indian grocery store because I use a lot of spices.
Well, yes, I mean if you're okay, but
yeah,
like don't eat it, like shovel it in your mouth like
it's a waste of cinnamon, frankly. Cinnamon
and it can kill you.
Yeah,
it is, because you can't enjoy it in that enormous of a dose. It just makes you ill. And
yeah, if you want to have a big chunk of cinnamon, you can get cinnamon sticks and just chew on those, right? You don't have to have it in powder form. That's the dangerous shit.
It was one of those internet challenge things. So
yeah,
I
know. But
so
if for some reason you're like, what if I enjoy cinnamon and I want to just have a ton of cinnamon? And it's like, well, there's ways to do that. Yeah. That
the
don't
point,
involve
I don't think,
killing
was
yourself.
To enjoy it. It was to like watch me suffer.
Yeah.
Watch how or see if I can handle this. And like obviously I can. I love cinnamon. So it's like, oh, yeah, no, not anymore. I hate cinnamon now.
Yeah.
Now that I've ruined my life.
Yeah. In the case of the YouTuber I was bringing up, it actually was a TikTok guy. Completely shut down his system, basically.
Oof.
He barely like he was retaining all water. He wasn't sweating anymore.
God.
He wasn't anything. But and he drank like 4 gallons or something.
Oh no.
They were able to figure out what happened and what was going on, and they managed to save him. But like there was real concern of him, like his brain actually starting to swell out of his skull from the water retention. Anyways.
If you've ever watched that YouTube channel Chubby Emu, it actually does a great job of breaking down it talks about these stories often about like internet challenges or just like accidental self-poisonings and things like that, and it talks about like the body chemistry that goes into like why things go wrong when you eat this thing or like ingest way too much of this other thing. Or It's very interesting.
Interesting. Rocky has such a gremlin face from this angle.
Yeah, it's a very extreme expression, so he's breaking the model a bit here.
Yes. One minute. Back, sorry. Alright, now chat is one-upping themselves with awful internet poisoning stories.
Well, there's the Tide Pod thing a while back, and I was like, did anybody really really Tide Pods? Like, I couldn't believe it. It was like, is there anybody that dumb? And it's like,
I don't know.
when it comes to when it comes to like a certain age group, yes. Because
Well,
if
that-
they don't
If
realize
you
the
ever find
seriousness.
yourself
Yeah.
asking, is there anyone that dumb? The answer is always yes.
The thing is, though, with the Tide Pod one, I think it started out as a lie. Like, I don't think anybody had actually done it when the whole freaking out about the Tide Pods thing happened.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
definitely was overblown. Like
Oh yeah.
boomers were like, "Oh, you stupid kids these days." Didn't anybody teach
They're
you
just
that?"
talking about millennials still with that, and it's just like, we're all in college and older. We're definitely not eating
they don't
Tide Pods.
realize that like millennial means
Yeah.
like creeping up on 40 right now. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was that thing on Twitter about like just saying it was like, oh man, TikTok kids hate millennials, and I was just like, so like, so why is this news? Who cares? Oh no, teenagers, it turns out, are not enamored with 30-somethings.
Yeah.
Brand new news. It's like if we're not permanent teenagers, then apparently now the magazines are trying to throw us into like senior citizen category. It's like our
Because
whole
the
actual
boomers
adulthood
are-
never existed.
the boomers are better than
Yep.
no
Hey,
boomers
Ash.
now.
I'm good, Ash. That's a nice.
Hello, Ash.
That's a nice dress. They can't hear you because I got earbuds on. Here,
Yeah.
one second. I can. Uno momento, and I can solve this. Let me just pause Spotify so I don't get killed by the YouTube cop.
Okay, you don't gotta bother with that. I was just coming to say hi.
But you should say hi to everybody. Look, now you can say hi to everybody.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, Ash.
Yeah.
Who all's here?
It's Tracy and Knox.
Oh,
And,
hello.
Yeah.
and the YouTube and Twitch audience.
Yeah.
Yep.
Bear with the slight echo, Twitch and YouTube. I'll put my headphones back on in a moment. But yeah.
Yeah, just wanted to pop in and say hello.
Hi. That's a very nice dress you have on right now.
Thank you.
What is that? Was
Well,
that off of
it's
like
a-
Redbubble
it's-
or?
It's a top and a
Oh.
skirt. They just go well together.
She's wearing this this top and skirt where the top is like a skull covered in moths, and it looks like a blown up piece of artwork that's like really cool looking. Some kind of watercolor.
Yeah.
And the moth is screaming at her feet.
Of course.
Because he is-
like, mother.
Mother!
To me now.
Mother! Mother!
He just like jumped up and my finger went straight down his throat.
He does not give a fuck, this dog. It's what he wanted. Oh yeah, now that I have the headphones off, then the audience can now hear the hell's going on. So here, you can hear him scream.
This is what Fable has to listen to on repeat.
Yeah, screaming. A lot of screaming. In fact, most of my shots involve screaming. It's like there's
a lot of,
the
like,
owl
a lot
shot,
of these.
there's this shot, there's the Act 3 shots are a lot of screaming. Poetry and screaming. That's basically Rocky.
You're gonna have post-traumatic stress attacks whenever Mike talks after this.
Thankfully, he is usually a much more mellow person. He just can
Oh,
get
yeah.
loud. How does Mike pitch up his voice like that? Talent.
Yeah, I mean, the one that freaked me out is the Kid Rocky from the recordings he did with the Pancake is not an alteration, right?
Nope, that's just him. He's able to, like, he has this voice that he can go either relatively high or relatively low. So he can do, like, radio announcer voice, or he can kind of do, like, a little kid voice. In fact, he loves to frustrate people and, like, make a baby sound. Because he can actually pitch his voice like that. So,
Wow, that's
it's an unnerving sound. Yeah. Nobody likes it. Everybody hates it. It's like he'll do that just to get people to scream at him.
I mean, if you've got that skill, why not, right?
Yeah. It's like, I have something to pull out of my pocket just to troll people whenever I feel like it. You better know. Yeah, of course you're gonna do that, yeah. Kid Rocky voice is him. We briefly talked about whether or not we wanted to hire actual children for that, and that was pretty much immediately a no, because contracts involving kids is annoying and not worth it. And and those kid comics are not very serious anyway, so the goofy sounds of an adult being a kid voice are fine. Perfectly acceptable.
I agree.
Yeah.
So those voiceovers were really great, so...
Yeah. Looking forward to having new release on the 14th. We have some Valentine's themed things.
Ooh.
Just know Mike's baby cry is the devil. It's terrible. Would you even want kids around this? That's honestly, kids have been in worse. So it's not that you wouldn't want to have kids around it, it's that contracts with people under 18 come with a whole lot of extra bullshit. And why bother expanding the voice cast just for, like, bit parts if the voice actors can just do it themselves? It's not like Mike can't do a convincing kid voice. So,
And
yeah.
the only other... There's not a whole lot of other minis that would call for kids, just maybe some of the Mordecai and Rose stuff.
Yeah, I'm not sure, like, if someone could do a voice quite that light, because his voice is naturally very deep. I think it would be harder for him to hit that pitch. We did have some difficulty, actually. We originally wanted him to do Horatio, but he kind of struggled to hit the pitch that we needed, so we ended up finding someone else. Yeah.
Just get him to do his Cherub anime voice.
No. Sure, anime. Yeah, I guess it would save time not having to, like, cast somebody, that kind of thing. It's just not necessary, so why bother?
Yeah.
But yeah, we don't have any comic dubs upcoming with, like, a kid Mordecai anyway, so it's not important to solve that problem, because it's not a problem, so
I mean, at most, he's a young teenager, right? In those minis?
I don't know, how old is he in those
No,
mini
he's a
comics?
kid. He's...
Yeah.
Huh.
We do have a comic dub where Rocky's like, what, 11 or 10?
Yeah,
Yeah. And so
he's a little bit older than...
yeah, and so like that actually kind of proved to be difficult in its own way, because it's like, okay, Mike, I need you to do Kid Rocky,
But
But
again,
not
it
a-
was mostly screaming.
yeah,
and-
but it's mostly screaming, so his voice can't have the rasp, but also needs to be
amazing.
slightly lighter, but not too much.
My amazing
So-
dialogue.
but it
writing
can't
skills
sound like
there.
you.
Just screaming.
Yeah.
When you're not sure what to write, just write screaming.
There was that line in the script where I was like, it was like, excitable kitten noises was a phrase used. I was just like, I need these sounds. It turned out that was fine enough direction, because like Mike has cats. He knows weird noises they make.
Yeah. Yeah, that feels like something both Mike and Bell would just be able to do on command. Alright, people are throwing quotes in now. Oh yeah, I was gonna mention you guys brought up the cat lawyer thing yesterday, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So that there was that thing on there saying that it was like pretty bad fine to actually record that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing is, that was the judge that posted that. So
Yeah.
Apparently that
He
guy
said-
also is like a huge dick knob, so so it's like, don't feel too bad for him. 'Cause it turns out he's like
No.
a terrible person.
I mean, there's always those lawyers, right?
Well,
It
apparently
always ruins
he
me when you find out like the personality of the people involved is like awful. So.
apparently like
Oh,
he
well.
used his so he was a prosecutor, and he basically like he had an ex that ran a head shop, and he was mad at her, so he like basically had the authorities harass her for like a year or something until she had to leave. So
Eh.
yeah, he's like that degree of
He's a real
shit.
piece of shit.
He's a piece of shit.
Yep.
Yeah. It's like you besmirched the name of Cat.
How dare he put on the face of cat?
Yeah.
At least he's not that one judge who tried to sue a dry cleaner in the millions for allegedly losing his pants.
Was it $1 million pair of pants?
No.
No, but he ended up suing them for emotional damages for thousands of hours of his own personal time, which he attributed a value to. And, like, he just kept going completely insane until they ended up, like, actually suspending him.
Well, good. I'm glad. I thought you were gonna say he ended up getting the money. I was gonna be
No,
like,
no,
what the
no.
fuck?
The family, he was so outrageous that the family didn't have to go after him for costs because they were able to crowdsource the money.
Still really frustrating. It's like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
It's like, even if it... Even if it turns out alright in the end, it's like not great that you have to go through that.
Virgil R asks, "Hi guys, I'm a recent subscriber/follower and would like to know where I can buy physical volumes of Lackadaisy. I know you can buy it from Patreon, but is there any other way?"
You can email me about it, but yeah, it's generally through Patreon only right now because I have like very few left. Well, I have lots of Volume 1 softcover books, but the hardcover Volume 1 and 2 books, extremely limited in quantity right now.
Should have Val scalp them for you to make you guys fund the rest of the project. They're really nice books. High demand.
But yeah, patreon.com/Lackadaisy. I don't know if I have any slots open right now. I might have one open. You can check. But yeah, there's a pledge tier that gets you the books with a drawing.
Here the T says, imagine if baby Victor was just a kitten but with the same cold old face.
There is baby Victor picture. He's too cute. Deadly
Have you
cute.
seen this one?
The baby Victor picture?
I'm not sure I've seen this.
It's on the website somewhere.
I'm pretty sure it is.
Well, we'll go digging later.
It's in the art book.
Oh, well, I can also wait to get that, I suppose. Aaron Kennedy asks, so where will we be able to watch the finished project?
YouTube. it'll be publicly available to everybody. And if you're a Kickstarter backer, we'll send you a copy of your own if you actually want the video file. Burning to DVD or something. If that's what if anybody does that anymore. I don't know.
Wonder if there'd be a market for like a Lackadaisy VHS copy.
Somebody would want it.
There's gotta be somebody who's just got that obscure, like, nostalgia set up.
A guy at a convention actually gave me a VHS tape of Zootopia, where he had put Zootopia on a VHS tape and then had like the coming soon ads, and even like slipped in like all those like advertising ephemera that used to come with Disney stuff into the case, and it was the same kind of like big chunky cushion case that, again, Disney VHS tapes used to come in. So I have that,
Wow.
and it works. Yeah. So yes, somebody has done that.
Interesting.
Dizzy Studios asks, if Syrup makes Rocky see eternity, what would happen if he tried maple taffy? I guess that'd be the one thing that could get him to shut up if he like, put too much in his mouth and just like glued his jaw shut. Like, uh-oh.
He couldn't talk as fast as he usually does.
He's just trying to like talk through clenched teeth.
And the St. Louis crime rate drops dramatically.
No, it raises because now everybody's just like, no, there's not that maniac out there. I can go in peace. Studios. What is this? Sick of your shit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Dizzy Studios says, "Thank God this story doesn't take place in Quebec." Then I don't know that Maple Taffy. Well, Maple Taffy's not that big here in Quebec, actually. I don't think.
If you're thinking taffy, then I was thinking New England. So it's like, I don't know, like Portland, Maine. Maybe you could find that kind of thing easily.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here it's more. We've got the straight syrup. You've got the. Well, people know the maple wax, the stuff that you roll up on after pouring it on snow. There's the maple leaf-shaped cookies that contain maple stuff. God, I'm gonna give myself a sugar craving if I keep this up. Chat's saying to keep Rocky away from maple. I don't know that maple causes it so much as just
Sugar. It's just sugar.
Yeah.
He just has one of those really intense sugar highs, basically.
Basically. It's gonna.
You've seen
Gonna
plenty of
pull,
examples
the-
of his like sugar high, Tracy, but never a sugar crash. Where's the crash? I guess that's the rest of his life is the crash.
Pretty much. Could pull the Captain Haddock from Tintin thing where the one time he doesn't have access to alcohol, suddenly he becomes a completely respectable person who does not recognize Tintin until he finally gets his hand on booze again and goes completely back to himself.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
It's like when you have a problem.
I mean, yep. I guess the one silver lining of Rocky's lifestyle is that he won't live long enough to become diabetic.
Silver lining?
Yeah. I mean, if you're that much of a sugar addict, it'll happen, but with him, nope. Aaron Kennedy asks, does Rocky drink?
No. He's not a... he doesn't drink. Not really a booze hound. He's got enough vices. You don't need that too.
He's a bloodhound for booze, but he's not a booze hound.
Yeah.
Madeline Fisher, this software is Toon Boom Harmony. Tracy, we have Dragon Fruits in chat asking for your email since you mentioned earlier about the books. I think we lost Tracy.
Tracy died. Cats ate her again.
Again, come on. Last time that happened, we had to fish the eyeballs out from behind the couch
Yeah.
after the cat rolled them there. Hello, bird. People in chat are trying to lip read Rocky right now.
What do you think he's saying, chat?
We had somebody on Lackadaisy come in today and had no idea there was an animation going on.
Oh, fun.
They're new, so I suppose they just must have discovered Lackadaisy recently and not heard about it. We could, like, oh, we've got a thing to tell you about.
Were they excited?
Yeah, there they were.
Oh, awesome.
We're getting a lot of Walter fans recently.
What did Chris do?
Well, there's Chris, there's Kiwi, there's just a bunch of people who are now claiming Walter stuff. Obviously, Chris having that literally in his Lackadaisy name has an effect.
Walter's biggest fan?
He currently has Chris, Walter Cult, Cat Connie. Chat's asking what it would take for Rocky to start drinking.
Ooh. Tracy's not here, so I couldn't answer definitively, but
I still say my favorite Rocky horror scenario is Mitzi getting with Nina. That would upset him enough, I think.
I got it to cope. Now I have to drink.
People are talking about booze infused with syrup. Maple whiskey is a thing.
Yeah, I've had it. It's pretty good.
It's decent.
Yeah, fruity cocktails, maybe? Maybe that's the way to do it. It's gotta be the... Like, what's the shit that you drank to get started, you know? Sweet wines. Something
me it was
always, like,
Bailey's.
tasty. Yeah. Yeah. Did Jaeger exist in 1927?
I haven't tried Jaeger yet.
It's fine.
I'm told that it tastes like licorice, and I highly dislike licorice, so...
Oh, I love licorice, so...
There you go. Griffin Media says maple moonshine is all a thing. I'm pretty sure everything moonshine is a thing. Alright, be right back. I should go actually grab my work laptop and try to get a little bit done while we talk.
Sure. Yeah, I'm very quiet, just working, so... Not
Yeah,
the
that's
most
fair.
entertaining person right now. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I just have to present my code to, like, a bunch of high-up people tomorrow, so I better go clean it up a bit. Be right back. And I'm back. Hello, Sheathcoat.
Hey, Sheath. What's up? His words are seriously turning to gibberish now for me. Like, just utter gibberish. What does he even say anymore? Surviving college. Ah. What degree are you working on, Sheath? Verbs. Screaming. might take a moment to just like go check on them, see how they're doing.
Psychology. That's cool, Sheath.
Nice. Neat.
Psychology is it's one of those fields that I vacillate between I could have done and I'm glad I didn't do, just based on what I do now.
I had to take my headphones off for a minute to go take care of something. And all I can hear coming from the headphones is this, like, it sounds like a malfunctioning squeaky toy.
Wow, I've been trying to make my voice better. I didn't know it was that bad.
Yeah, Knox.
Damn.
Aren't you working with a vocal coach or something? Or...
Yeah, I started that. I was actually supposed to do that tonight, but she had to cancel. Yeah. Working on it. Haven't been trying hard enough to apply what I've learned to normal speech yet.
Are you thinking of going into voice acting or something? Is that why you're doing that, or just?
No, it's. I mean, no, I don't think voice acting would be my thing. It's more, I have to give classes quite often with my job. I'm always in business meetings. I'd like to do YouTube stuff and all that. So I figured just.
Public speaking.
Yeah, I figured it'd be a good skill to have.
It is. I envy people who can do that well.
Me too, hence the coach. And Doggy Dog says, one day, Nox, you'll be able to speak easy.
That's bad. You're bad.
Fable disapproves.
Extreme disapproval. Don't like it now.
From Dogs has been told to go to his room. I have not yet tried using that on someone in mod context. I should see if that actually works. Because he says for a second they thought Rocky's tie was blood.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, this scene happens right after Jason bites him as a contact in the Vampire War.
Yeah. There. And I lost a thumb. Is that good? You good?
The uppercut on his finger is just unrelated.
Too much enthusiasm reading books.
Fizzy says there are vampires in Lackadaisy. Have you seen Seraphine?
Definitely bringing some of that vampire energy from New Orleans, I suppose.
Probably making this tie too long, but let me double check.
I guess it would be a little foreshortened at that angle, but
Yeah.
I don't see an issue with exaggerating it.
It doesn't really matter, but I just wanted to check anyway. You know he has an overly long arm. The thing is that his like body's kind of curled around, so
Yeah.
it's like normally it ends
It
right
doesn't-
about crotch height, and it's like
It doesn't look incorrect to me.
nah, I think it's fine. I want it to like flop over, so it has to be
Yeah.
even if it's like maybe an inch longer than actual, but it doesn't matter. This is just me being nitpicky about the model. Is really what it is. I think we have drawn this guy enough that I could see for myself. I was like, something's off. I can tell now. I don't usually have to look at the model sheet now. But I do post it in the animation channel because I'm like, if anybody spots something that I did not, then it's good to get the feedback. He came into the world screaming and covered in blood, and that's probably how he's leaving it. True. So there was a question earlier, Tracy, where someone asked, what would get Rocky to start drinking? And our speculation was, A, sweet cocktails. It's the same as like how you start drinking in the first place is usually like fruity crap.
Yeah, baby's first cocktail. It's
Yeah.
usually like a pina colada. Or
Yeah. And or also Nina and Mitzi dating. I was like, well,
do the trick.
time to dive into a bottle. I can't handle this. He just goes to Nina's and sees Mitzi there in like her nightgown. He was like, what's going on? He sees Nina in her nightgown. He goes, wait, what's going on? They explain it to him.
Yeah,
he properly
that
just backs the fuck up and just keeps walking backwards into a bar.
He like homers out of
Yep.
there with like
Yeah.
this is yeah.
Too much of this I can't handle. I need to kill some brain cells so that these emotions go away. The image in my head
Yep.
is not good. But I can't get it out. Quick, how do I get it out? That's the actual OTP is
Honestly,
Nina Mitzi.
Like
Hmm?
honestly, the sad thing is like all anyone would have to do is just like pay attention to him. Like if you thought it would entertain somebody,
To get drunk.
yeah. Like if the band put him up to it or something.
Haven't they? Have they before?
Get him drunk? No, not to get him drunk.
I
They
think
they
they're-
put him up to other things to like see if he'll do it. And then they occasionally may take bets on whether or not he'll do it, but of course he does it. So I mean, the
Not a good
know.
bet. It's not very
I
entertaining.
think the
no.
think he's probably put enough existential terror into the band for them to know better than to make him drink.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, like, yeah, Zib at least would be like, no, let's not do that. But,
Please don't introduce him to this.
yeah. But no, he's not like alcohol, like on somebody like him. It doesn't make him even more amplified. Like, there's really only, you can only go down from where he is, so.
And that would be the problem. It's like, that's not funny.
Right. It wouldn't be funny, no.
Yeah.
It'd just be sad.
It's like you want to write that. It's like, how do we make depressing funny? Just like, it would just be the band going like, let's never do that again. It's like,
yeah.
this is.
Zib
this
doesn't
is
want him drinking
humorous.
because that's his shtick. He's like,
Yeah.
hey, I'm the sad addict.
I'm the
what are you doing? Like,
Don't make a
you're
second
treading
one.
on my turf. There's cat drama happening outside. Like, all these feral cats are showing up because the weather's gotten so cold. I don't know if you can hear.
No.
I mean, probably also because your house is the cat promised land.
There's like a speakeasy brawl happening, like a bar fight happening out there. Hold on.
Spooky Musician says, I feel like this movie would be an animation that is unusually smooth in a good way. It is an
As
animation.
opposed to a bad way. It is an animation, yeah.
I mean, too smooth in a bad way, I guess, could be like the one crazy animator that tries to draw at 60 FPS. It takes forever.
Don't know. I want to live.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be worth it, I don't think.
I mean, it would
For like
add...
a quick gimmick, sure, but it would not be worth it to do everything that way.
I mean, the only way to really do that realistically would be like motion tweens and crap like they had in Flash.
You would have to do it CG puppets, basically. You'd have to have a shitload of interpolation just to make that like remotely viable. As in like not take a lifetime. It's not worth it. It's just the thought makes my hands hurt.
Yep. So it's usually 12 drawings per second, right?
That's if you're on twos.
Yeah.
You work at 24 frames per second. If you're on twos, it functionally turns into 12 frames per second.
Mm-hmm. Kelly creates asks, is there a big difference between 12 FPS and 24 FPS on 2s, or is it indistinguishable from each other?
It's not indistinguishable. for animators, but for most people, they wouldn't be able to tell. The human eye doesn't really catch the difference very much. It's like, if I put them back to back, you might be able to tell. Maybe. In fact, 3s versus 1s. So 1s would be 24 FPS. 3s would be, basically, God, brain. 3s would be 8 FPS. On 3s, you can start to tell. 3s is what anime is usually on. 3s and 4s. That's when it has a certain kind of choppiness to it. Like, you can distinguish the individual drawings a little bit better, but your brain is still, like, interpolating the motion pretty smoothly. And on 2s, it does it well enough that it's hard to tell the difference between that and 1s. If you want to look at an example of 1s, look at The Thief and the Cobbler. That was Richard Williams. He was an animator known for working on 1s. He animated... He was one of their directors on Roger Rabbit. Was he a director or... Let me look it up. It's like, was he an animation director or a director? So say Richard Williams, Roger Rabbit. I don't want to give him the wrong credit.
Mm-hmm.
So...
I mean, The Thief and the Cobbler's like the famously
famous
project. That
But
went
more
into-
people have seen Roger Rabbit, and I think that's like that'll play into what I'm explaining.
Yeah.
Animation director. Yeah, he was animation director. So Williams had a particular talent for animating on 1s convincingly. It can be a struggle for some animators to animate on 1s because like the kind of spacing that you do, it's very intensive. You can do it, but it's intensive. He was particularly skilled at it. So they hired him as animation director on Roger Rabbit because when they are filming live action, naturally, the live action scenes that you watch are on 1s, basically. Every frame is a unique, like, photo. So if you're pairing hand-drawn animation with that, then you need to make sure that it's also following every frame, so it needs to be on 1s. If you do it on 2s, then sometimes the character is going to be misaligned with the scene. And it won't look as convincing like the characters in the shot. Now, you can choose to have them be misaligned. If you watch Spider-Verse, there is frequently shots where the background is on 1s, but the character is on 2s, and that was a choice. You can choose to make it, like, slightly choppier like that for greater graphic effect. But in the case of Roger Rabbit, they didn't want that, like, because it would draw attention to the fact that the character was not physically in the scene. Whereas in a completely constructed graphical scene, like in Spider-Verse, it's part of the appeal. So, Roger Rabbit is on 1s. Thief and the Cobbler is on 1s. If you look at Williams's work in general, it's on 1s. Not everything, but, you know. Oh, yeah. So, but most Western animators, at least, focus on 2s. And yeah, in anime, it's they work in a higher thing. And that's not to say that people don't mix their frame rates. Like, if you look here, like on this particular project, I'm focusing on 2s in order to keep everything consistent. But sometimes I'll have a frame hold of like here's a 4. You can see it says 4. Well, you probably can't see, but this is 2. This is 4. What I'll probably do with this 4 is, in order to have it track to the car, I will break it up and just like slide it down slightly so that the tracking points match up still. But otherwise, like, there's no reason to redraw them because I actually like that held frame, so.
So, in other words, even if you're drawing on 2s, sometimes you'll change it up just for effect.
Yeah. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, you might mix, frame length. Like, you might have, like, a 3 in there sometimes. So frequently, actually, I've told the animators that they are allowed to use 3s, even 4s, if the situation calls for it. But I told them avoid 1s, because if they start using 1s, that's more work for cleanup, where it's like an added drawing, and unless they're like going for a really quick movement, and it's like it just doesn't sell unless there's a 1 in there, I'm like, don't do that. It's extra work, and I would prefer to keep the frame amount to be relatively low to save people the trouble. But yeah, you might just be creating extra work for the cleanup artists that they don't need to do, so.
Fair enough. Need to try animating again at some point. Kept giving up. Elf McSavage asks, so how much work and detail do you tend to put into a shot or set up frames before leaving it to the cleanup artists?
A little cleaner than this. Like, this is still not tight enough for my liking. Because there's still, like, some guesswork in here that I don't want them to have to deal with. So, I'll go a little tighter than this. But it doesn't need to be that much tighter than this.
Nova is thanking you for the information. Aaron asked, so 1s are for smoother motion.
More like... 1s would be like, let's say we have a hand here. And it's gonna whip to this position. And in the space between... So this would be frame 1. And let's say this is frame 3. So it needs to go from here to here really quick. In this particular case, where I need a transition frame, and it needs to hit these beats that fast, then there would be a 2. And it might go like that. Okay? So it goes... most cases, though, you'd be using the timing like this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But yeah, if you need to hit like a beat like that freaking fast, then like, you know, a 1 would make sense. And you would probably smear that 1 too. So you'd be like, if this was really a 2, then because this is such a fast frame, it might actually bleed like this. Because it'll be too choppy if it's like actually like that. So you would like have it stretched out. Maybe add extra fingers even there. So it goes... And that'll help it register better.
That's cool.
Think of it like the equivalent of a drawn blur.
Yeah. Ova says those are the frames you get golden memes from.
Yeah. So I was, that F wasn't reading very well, so I needed to...
Rocky dropping F-bombs.
Yeah, yep.
People are talking about the smears and has-been now.
I'm sure there's some good ones.
Apparently there's compilations. Ova asks, would Rocky swear or would he use silly words for expletives?
Oh, he doesn't swear. He has a pretty wide vocabulary, so he doesn't need to.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I say shit and fuck all the time. I do have a wide vocabulary, I just don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I tend to swear also. Really surprised my director the other day because he overheard me speaking French, and I sometimes use English swear words in my French. He was like, "What?"
But the French swears are good. Merde!
But I'm French Canadian, so it's gonna be like tabarnak.
What's that, shit?
No, actually, it's funny. French Canadian swear words are all church implements.
That has funny implications then.
Yeah, I think Spain has something similar, but like the French Canadian swear words, tabarnak is tabernacle. There's
Yeah.
hostie, which is Eucharist. There's Christ, which is Christ. So they're all like just random things from the church. And there's
Blasphemous
Calis,
shit.
which is
Yes.
yeah. I guess that's what you get when you get a particularly Catholic
Yeah.
French colony. Usually when people need initiating to French Canadian swear words, I send them a scene from a movie called Bon Cop, Bad Cop, which is about a French Canadian cop and an Ontarian cop that get stuck working together to solve a bunch of hockey-related murders.
That's the most Canadian thing ever.
Yeah, and it really shows the cultural difference between Ontario and Quebec quite well. But there's a scene where he's trying to lock somebody into lock a suspect in the trunk of his car because he's a bit sketchy. And while he's doing that, the French Canadian cop. He's explaining to the Ontarian cop how you can use the French Canadian swear words as a verb. And he's going over all of them. Fizzy says, my dad's from Quebec, and sometimes during random times of the day, I'll hear him yell or swear words from across the house. Yep, that sounds like a French Canadian. Noah says, would Mordecai swear? The only people I can see swearing are Zib and maybe Victor, but only in Russian.
Mordecai swears if he's drunk. You have to remember he's from New York.
Yeah.
He's a lower class New York Jew. He definitely swears. There's a comic where he gets drunk and he calls Victor a prick shit house.
Yeah. That's a good comic. Also, I don't... Victor's Slovak. He doesn't actually speak Russian. Different language.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I guess... I guess quite a few of the characters must swear, just Tracy doesn't necessarily show that as much. Oh, there you go. Somebody's found Mordecai saying damn. KW says, I'm Ontarian and I dropped French as soon as I could. Do not like learning languages, even though I probably should. Well, I mean, it depends if you want to come hang out with us out east, I suppose. You can get by without French pretty much all of Canada. It's just, you know, can be helpful to actually be able to know what the roadside signs say here. And you have a lot of Canadians in chat today.
Cool. Hi, Canada.
Hi, Fable. The Canadian hive mind.
I'm from New Hampshire. That's like American Canada or American Quebec.
I mean, I keep saying, if you guys don't want the northern states, we'll take them off your hands.
We'll just do a redo of that one war where you guys kicked our asses.
Oh man, that's funny. I think my favorite part about that war is the failed invasion of Montreal. One of the reasons given was poor road quality. So we can say our complete shit roads here are a tradition.
Just like Russia. Don't invade Russia. I mean, don't invade Canada in the winter either. It's a bad idea.
Oh yeah, it's a bad idea. Except like Vancouver, then it's just gonna rain on you a lot.
Mud. Mud will hobble your army.
Mm-hmm. Alpha's asking if we can take California. We will gladly take California. California
could be its own country, frankly.
California has more population than Canada and double our gross domestic produce.
California is, if it was its own country, would be one of the richest countries in the world. Like,
yes.
California as a state could probably function as its own country, unlike a lot of states.
Mm-hmm.
It is huge. It's hard to describe to people just how big it is. It's like Texas is regarded as really big. California is big and also has an enormous population. This city of Los Angeles is not just, you know how normally there's a city inside of a county and there'll be multiple towns, maybe another city inside of a county? Los Angeles, the entire city is the county, and it even bleeds over into the other counties, so you can drive over LA County and never leave any city as you enter Orange County, which it borders it, and other counties. Like, to leave LA, you have to drive a ways. It's like an hour or two drive. It is over an hour drive from where I am right now, and I'm not in the middle of Los Angeles County.
Wow.
It is huge. The city itself has a larger population than many states combined.
Yeah.
It's huge.
But, so yeah, to respond to Nova, we would take California from the US, but I'm not sure that us taking California is the right term there, because you would outnumber us.
It would be more like California plus extra. It would be like saying taking Jupiter. It's like Earth takes Jupiter now. Earth claims Jupiter. It's more like Jupiter. It's more like Jupiter plus one extra speck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that would get all weird, because Jupiter's just like a giant ball of gas with a tiny bit of land.
It's just that Earth would just be another moon. A bigger moon, but a moon.
Yeah. Yadi Koba asks, how is Canada like? What are the best places to visit there? Now I'm interested.
Canada?
Canada. I mean...
Moose.
Like,
you can
Canada's...
visit the moose. The one moose. Very
yeah,
famous.
the one moose.
Yeah.
Canada is the second largest country on Earth in width, so there's a lot of variety to choose from, so it really depends what you like. And all the Canadians are proclaiming their states, or their provinces now.
They're getting excited.
Oh, this is really becoming about Canada. Should do an AMA stream of just me answering Canadian questions. Maybe pull in Z or somebody. Get all the French Canadians to answer Quebec questions. Start a rivalry with your Ontario people.
I just know, so I grew up in New Hampshire. That's my home state. And when you enter New Hampshire, it says, welcome, bienvenue. And there's a sizable Quebecois population in New Hampshire, large enough that there's like this own kind of like sub-dialect in northern New Hampshire that like is a mishmash of English and Quebecois.
Mm-hmm.
There's enough Quebecois in New Hampshire that I learned the phrase Quebecois very early on.
That's good to hear.
Not just French Canadians.
Yeah.
It's like Canadian, but grumpier. And not polite.
Oh yeah, we really are.
No, not polite.
I don't know where that stereotype comes from. I guess
I don't know. I think it's like some Canadians who live near the border and like the big cities, maybe. Like I think it's like in the U.S. also like there is a an accent that's similar, and kind of a demeanor that's similar. That's in the Upper Peninsula, Michigan, like those northern Midwestern states.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think, in my estimation, the Canada that people think of is Toronto, generally, which shares some cultural similarity with those areres. And so,
Yeah, because it's
yeah.
right next to Detroit.
So, like, if you've ever watched Fargo, that movie, that takes place in Minnesota, and Minnesota has that same kind of, like, demeanor and style of talking. So I think that's why that stereotype persists. That said, though, it's like this super deferential, very apologetic, passive-aggressive Canadian does not match up with most Canadians I know. Then again, a lot of Canadians I know are not just from Toronto. They're from the Arctic Circle and Quebec. And those are not polite places. They don't have time for that shit. It's cold.
Yeah, no, Quebec's really its own thing because of the whole French culture.
Yeah. Foxboy says, where can I see Lackadaisy? Go to lackadaisy.com and you can read the comic. And if you go to littledaisycafe.com, you can read the progress on the short. That's our development blog for the short.
You got a super chat in YouTube.
Ah. Where? Oh, super chat. Why are you all so cute? It's all the sugar I grew up with. It made me sweet. Also, what do you mean?
Yeah, I don't know that
Cute?
I qualify as cute.
Cute? What the fuck are you talking about? I'm not cute. I promise you I'm not cute. Have you seen how I draw myself? Probably not.
I don't know. You're
See that thing in the bottom
Microraptors.
right? That's not cute.
I mean, your Microraptors kind of got
It is
the.
definitely cute in a baddie coda sort of way. You know?
It's a bit like the like how Rocky, if when Rocky is calm, he's the cutest thing.
He's very cute kitty, it's true. It's like fucking kitty.
And I can see the same thing happen with your Microraptor, but you do not typically draw yourself as calm.
Calm
cute
me
when
is
it's
just
not
this
calm.
dead
It's just
face.
not, like-
Here, I'll find
It's
you.
just not this. It's just
It
not like
doesn't-
textbook cute. It's not like.
I'll find you. Calm reads to other people. Like, I have resting bitch face, and so that's what I draw myself as calm. And so, of course, the Microraptor then has resting bitch face. So let me find it. That's not a... looking for things.
Aaron says Quebec was a nightmare to drive through. Yeah, that's. Oh, you had the English refusal problem. Okay.
Here. Here's a calm. It's not quite cute, though. I do like that drawing, though. That I was having a rough day, and I was just like, things that help me. Chicken. Speaking of which, I still have to go out and get the... check on my birds.
That's nice. Another
They're
super
fun.
chat trying to compliment us.
Here. Here's some calm. Yeah, it's just resting bitch face is what I have.
Thank you, London Anderson. That's that's much too kind.
This made dating difficult.
Okay.
Peeps don't hit on this. When you have a resting face that kind of looks like you might stab a bitch, people don't tend to approach you. But yeah. Anyway, I gotta go check on my burbs. I'll be right back.
Alrighty. Oh man, everybody's pulling out their bad Quebec
Now
stories
that Fable has walked away, I can say Fable is super nice and approachable. So if you ever
Yeah.
they don't have a resting bitch face at all, and if you ever see them at a convention, you can like walk up and talk to them and have a fun conversation. So I don't
I'm
know what
sure
you're
they
talking
would.
about right now.
I know. Well, they've got that self-image thing. They, you know. Fable seems very nice. though.
Yeah, I gotta maintain that defensive image, I guess. But Not as likely to chomp you as they might say.
I suppose it depends what you do.
I mean, I'm sure there's something you could do that could result in. Yeah, I mean, if you like lunged at them or something, or just said something really awful,
Oh, I've heard
you might get like the sharp end of the stick. But
I mean, I think I've heard a few bad convention stories from you
oh
guys.
yeah. But even then, like you tend to just clam up and like there's really like starting a fight isn't gonna help the situation generally speaking. So like the most you can do is just like tell the organizers about a problem person or like warn the people nearby like, oh, this person is a problem, so watch out. But yeah, in the midst of one of those bad encounters, most of the time you're just trying not to like exacerbate the situation. Like, I wish I had that like instinct to just be like, fuck off, but I most of us are just like programmed to be too nice about it and just like tolerate it until it walks away, you know.
That's why you need somebody like Val to hang out with you.
Yeah. Maybe Val, or just like a bouncer in general. Someone.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm good at that in text. I'm not very good at that through voice or in person.
Yeah, I'm better at like defending myself in text. In person, it's just like you go blank. You just like sometimes people are so
Yeah.
confrontational and weird about it that you just like don't even know how to react in the moment. And then you kick yourself later for being like, why was I just like standing there being polite about this?
Yeah.
Sorry, my cat is on me and sneezing, so if you're hearing sniffling,
That's fine. That's cute.
you might be able to hear him purring.
Oh, yeah, a little bit. There's gotta be a YouTube video of just like a recording of a cat purring.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. There's like
Maybe.
ASMR videos of purring kitties and things.
Yeah.
If that qualifies as like an ASMR type sound, I don't know.
I feel like the ASMR thing was like a label that would get thrown around for.
Pretty much any noise that people
Yeah.
enjoy or something.
I mean, I guess it was just like a hot label for a while.
Yeah. Well, some of those people producing those videos are getting like millions of views. I honestly, I don't really get it. Like, I don't get the sensation that people claim they get from it. So.
I've never tried it really.
Has anyone seen Saving Private Ryan before? Asks AZ Art. Yes. Many times.
I haven't, but I'm not a huge movie person.
It's probably up there on the list of like best World War II films, I reckon. Fizzy
Hopefully.
Disease says maybe your cat just wants to help with the project. Oh yeah, cats are just always so helpful. They are actually like the antithesis of progress. Like as soon as you pull out your work stuff, like they're like, oh, I need to sit on you now, and I need to sit on this tablet, and oh, your sketch pad is out. Let me sit on that.
I think the best summary of a cat is the fact that we have scientifically now proven, yes, the cat understands what you are asking them to do. they do not care.
Right. Yeah, there's been research that's like, does a cat recognize like when you are calling its name and talking to him? And they like establish that yes, indeed it does. It just doesn't give a shit
Mhm.
most of the time. It only responds when it feels like it. So
Yeah.
it's like any cat owner could have been like, yeah, obviously, duh. But yeah.
Or there was the Ask a Mortician episode on, is a cat or a dog more likely to eat your corpse if you die? And
Yeah,
the
a
answer
cat
was
a cat's
no,
and small
actually,
dogs will eat you.
the dogs are more likely because the cats are less likely to notice.
Oh, the cat wouldn't notice you dead.
Whereas the
Oh,
dog
they
would
would
start.
definitely notice if like you're the only person there and you feed them. Like they'd be like,
Yeah.
"Get up, bitch!" And then if you don't move, they'd be
Yeah.
very miffed about it. But yeah, I thought yeah, I suppose like little dogs are like the most likely to eat their owners, but I think cats maybe come in second with that, and then big dogs seem to not be into human flesh. I don't know.
Yeah, the theory I heard was that the dog would nip at you to try to wake you
Yeah.
up, and then instincts would kick in.
Right. I would think that like at some point they would in the decomposition process they would cease to recognize you as like a person, and the smell would just say, okay, this is rotting flesh to them, so quick, eat it before it goes even worse.
Joyful conversations we have fun.
I mean,
No one was
I'm
my
okay
fault.
with it. I wouldn't care. Like once you're dead, who cares? Like I think it's kind of silly that we have been we try so hard to take ourselves out of that like cycle of life as if we are not an animal, and it just seems like the more beautiful thing is like, okay, not to get really weird about it, but like is to be part of the life cycle in which you decompose and you either
Are we talking about getting
return
eaten?
to the soil or yeah,
Yes.
talking about being eaten by your pets and things when you die.
Oh fuck! I don't care if I'm
Like
dead. It's
the
not gonna
best
affect
subject,
me.
only the
Yeah.
best subject matter
Yeah.
that we talk about on here.
Welcome to my streams.
It's like, why wouldn't you want to like carry on in some molecular way as like, nourishment for something else, instead of like being ashes in a box or, like stowed away in a casket, like it's sealed in a sarcophagus or whatever. It's like we have this weird thing where we want to divide ourselves, even in death, from everything else, and so we like segregate our corpses even, and we're like, no, we aren't playing the like cycle of life games. We are special.
I'm special.
Yeah.
like those
I'm
like
especially
those-
delicious.
Yeah, like those air burials. Like, what could be more metal than being like
Chucked out of a
torn
plane?
apart by- No, like the mountain burials, like the open air burials they do.
I
It's
heard
like-
air burial, and I just thought of like, yeah, take my corpse and launch it out of a
Yeah,
plane.
no, it's
Make it entertainment video value, just to watch my body go splat and just go like all chunks flying out.
no, sky burial is the word for it actually.
Yeah.
Sky burial, it's like a Tibetan thing where they just like put your body up on a mountain and these like giant fucking vultures just eat you.
Dude, that's so cool.
Like, yeah,
Wouldn't
yeah.
that would make you
I mean-
that would make you sort of then you become vulture, essentially.
Yeah.
Now you're a vulture.
Yep.
I mean, you can't think or anything, but you're now you are become vulture, and soon you will be vulture poop, and then you will become bacteria and ant.
Yeah.
I've lost the message, but somebody asked if you had anybody who had experience with warrior cats on the crew.
We had a whole shop
Yes.
talk about
okay,
that.
so if you're
yeah.
on the YouTube channel right now, look up the Lackadaisy Shop Talk Warrior Cats thing. We have many of our animators were into warrior cats and did warrior cats maps, and that was where they got their start as animators.
In
So
other words, yes, you guys did recruit the internet cat animators to do your internet
Yes,
cat
yes, we
project.
I
did.
mean, we
Yeah.
didn't deliberately do that. It's like they came like out of the woodwork as soon as we announced.
We didn't deliberately
"Oh, we're
do
doing
it, but I hoped they would
yeah,
do
it's
it.
just
And
like
so
they
when
flocked to the
when
yeah.
when a warrior cat animator applied, I definitely looked at it twice. Let's say that. I was like, yeah, no, this person knows cat body language, so
yeah.
it's
Like
it
they
was a
definitely
definite
like
plus.
stood out as good animators. Like they really went to town on those maps, and they weren't even doing those as jobs. They were just like doing that as for fun. And like when someone works that hard for fun, you kind of know you have a dedicated animator on your hands.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and they also like understand cat structure and
You don't have to
cat
explain
faces,
like
so-
how tails and ears work. Like if you tell them make it more kitty, they know what you mean.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you'd be surprised. Like some people don't know in what way like cat tails work differently from dog tails and like cat ears and things like that. It's like there was somebody we had to like explain how cat tails work to them.
A couple people, yeah. It's like this is that cattails are just kind of they're more mobile, like the
Yeah,
cat
they're
body language is
more-
a little different.
Yeah, articulated than like a dog tail,
Yeah.
or like a cat can like more finely control its tail motion than a dog can.
I have a parrot
Uh,
on me. Hello, buddy.
Spooky Musician is asking for
Yes, you go for
Spooky Musician asks for if there's a download link for the song that you're playing on stream.
This is a song that we received as part of like a package thing. Like Newt knows where it came from specifically, but it's something that
Oh,
we
Newt-
have permission to
You'd
use.
licensed them, yeah.
Yeah.
Or yeah.
So no,
Oh, cool.
sorry.
Sorry
Yeah.
about that.
I
Yeah,
would give
we-
you that information, but I literally don't have it. So
Yeah, we're always like looking for things we can actually play on stream now because
Yeah.
you get
Oh,
pinged
I-
on Twitch
Yeah.
or YouTube for it.
I'm
so-
actually listening personally to my Spotify playlist. I can't hear the music.
yeah.
but
But you can do
it's-
the join
yeah.
parties for Spotify. if you
Yeah,
want.
yeah. If you guys want to listen to what I'm listening to, without me having to face the Twitter cops, if you go to the Lackadaisy Discord, that's discord.gg/Lackadaisy, and then you click on the... Where did I put it? One second. Yeah, Lackadaisy Animated Film channel. I posted my Spotify playlist there. Why does it say the listening party is over? It's definitely not over. Jesus Christ.
The
There.
tournament
I-
has just begun.
I know I've mentioned it to you before, Fable, but I personally I've been looking into doing some YouTube stuff. I found that I know that Winter Gatan, the guys who did the Marble Machine, are allowing you to freely use their albums for stuff now.
That's cool.
Yeah.
So long as it's not like part of the thing, and also is like if it's the kind of thing that like a bigger rights holder has control over, then it doesn't matter what the artists say.
Yeah, no, but like I've actually downloaded it to try. They give you a license with it, and they say if this gets claimed, respond to YouTube that you have a license and let them know. So, anyways, it's 3 albums worth I think they have there. Just useful. Marco Magnati says, just wanted to say that I love Lackadaisy. Being Italian, I'm not too familiar with the 20s US. Reading it gave me a starting point to learn more. I love the crappy optimism of that era. Thanks, Tracy.
I like the
Crappy
distinction, crappy
optimism.
optimism. it was baseless optimism of the 20s, yes. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. Glad you're liking reading it and that you kind of learned something from it about U.S. history. Italy was actually the first place I published the comic in print with Renoir Publishing.
Nice. Tio the T asks, is the Discord private or open server? It is an open server.
Yeah, you can join. I guess I'll post the link.
I can do that.
Yeah, you're welcome to join. Dizzy says crappy optimism that doesn't exist today. Oh, it certainly does. I don't know
feel like
about
that was
the
the
past years,
90s.
though. Has anybody been crappily optimistic or just like
That's like the
really-
90s. That defines the 90s.
Yeah, the 90s was
Crappy optimism.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
why you had a lot of like teenage counterculture was very much like fuck this. I feel like Daria
that,
was
like,
a good.
Gen X
Yeah.
cynicism was in its like peak.
Yeah.
Yep. And now we're all just like, I don't know if that's worse or better than now, which is just straight up depressing.
Screaming 20s.
It's more honest now, I'd say. That it's harder to hide it.
I guess we have no choice but to look it in the face that the like prosperity of the 20th century has left us at this point. Like the dying malls and
it's like it is definitely whatever comes forth is not going to be what it was. That's for sure.
Yeah.
It's like status quo, unsustainable.
The so-called American dream illusion has dissipated, and
actually, there's a song that like weirded me out because I thought it was a recent song, but it turns out that it's not. It was like from like 2012 or something. Here, I'm gonna share this in streaming chat, so I'll go to the song. I thought it was a Plague song, but it was from like 2012 or something. So, it's called American Trash. So, are you in my Spotify? So I gotta play this for you because it's like, really? That's not recent?
Sadly, I don't
heard
have a
that. I think I've
Spotify
heard it.
account, so I never
you
was
don't?
able to get it to work.
Aw. Well, Tracy, here I can play it for you. Nox, I can just give you a link.
Hold on, let me join the party.
Okay.
Sure. Why is YouTube auto-blocking cool shit?
Okay, go ahead.
Yep. Buddy.
It's a catchy song for being.
Oh no, it gets even better. The eerie part is yet to come up.
Jay says, which makes me wonder, was there Gen X-like cynicism in the 20s? I mean, yeah, especially coming from people who had served in the First World War. They were called the Lost Generation because they were kind of aimless and disenchanted.
I really am enjoying this video for the song. It's got like a few bits in, a few seconds in it, the subtitles stop actually matching and it just starts being sarcastic commentary on the song. Like right now, the subtitle reads, "The mild suggestion of psychedelic counterculture."
Good night, devilish.
This is the eerie bit.
Alright, I'll have to listen to the rest of this song later.
Yeah. I'm not surprised that this was written in 2012.
No,
I mean,
but
it
that-
certainly applies to right now, but like if you think back to like this kind of attitude appeared as well in like the 70s after the Vietnam War. You think of like Bruce Springsteen and things like that, and all the songs that came out that were about like fuck America, this is like such an illusion.
Yeah.
You know, like what is this bullshit we're living? You know?
Mm-hmm. But the thing that got me, that made it eerie, was the everything shutting down and like the
Yeah.
sounds of like the beeping and that kind of thing. I was just like if you didn't know better, that was written about 2020.
Yeah. I guess that was about the time that like, well, let's see, it was like 2008 was the last big recession. So I mean, and we really hadn't fully recovered by 2012. So yeah, I think it might be reflective of that feeling when it's kind of like it became obvious we were in trouble.
Yeah. There was this yeah, so I think you're right. I think it was mostly about the like government shutdown and political chaos and, you know, the debates about healthcare and that kind of thing. So like it's like in the context of its time it makes sense, but it also makes a completely different kind of sense now.
Right now, yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
Then there was this other song I want to show you where I was like, this feels like it could be a Rocky song.
Only other thing I remember about 2012 was the Mayan calendar bullshit.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I got a dog then.
Man, what was going on? No, I was in university. That's why it's all just like a messy blur. Here the T says, haven't been paying too much attention to the animation because I was just spacing out, but this is great.
Thanks.
Amelia Rojas asks, how do you not get a headache streaming all day? Jeez.
This is just my work day, and I happen to be sharing it with you guys. That's how.
Fair enough.
Yeah, this is a very Rocky song.
Yeah.
I see why you said.
Spooky Musician asks, what's your guys' favorite video game?
I like Minecraft. It's hard for me to think of a game that I like more than Minecraft.
Mine is Final Fantasy Tactics.
Based on just like number of hours played, or like, like I think my favorite, the games I think I've laughed at the most are like the Kingdom of Loathing games, like West of Loathing.
That game's funny.
But like in terms of like sheer number of hours played, I think probably I've spent the most time playing Mario Kart games.
Oh my god, Mario Kart is great. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tetris.
on your, like-
Tetris. There you go.
Yeah.
I probably put more hours into Tetris than anything. Oh, Beat Saber. I've been really enjoying Beat Saber.
Oh yeah, I need
Yeah.
to download that. I still haven't.
Yeah.
I know these aren't
I
like
am pretty
super
bad at it.
gamery games or anything.
Yeah,
I mean, I like Shadow of the
survival
Colossus is a lot.
horror
It's pretty
games
good.
too. I was really
Yeah.
into like the Amnesia games when those came out.
Did you try Selma?
I did not play it. I've watched Let's Plays of it. I never played
I've
it.
watched Let's Plays and I was talking
I love
about
it,
it,
though, yeah.
and
Like,
Newt actually
might-
bought it for me.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Gio asks, did you guys see the fan-made theme someone made for Lackadaisy?
I have not yet, actually. I think Tracy has, but I haven't yet.
I will counter to chat. Have you guys seen the like 22-minute or 20-minute school play someone has made for Lackadaisy?
I don't think it was a school play. I think it was actually a competition.
It was a
Oh.
competition at a comic convention in Russia. Like we actually, I actually chatted with the folks who did it, or at least one of them. So, yeah, it was like a thing they threw together as part of like a competition and a comic convention. Hey, buddy. That's why it's like so freaking abbreviated and strange. And I asked them, I'm like, did they? Because I was like confused because it kind of does look like a school play. However, what would be the context for all that? But knowing that it's part of a comic convention, it's like, oh yeah, you don't need context when it's a comic convention. Everybody understands that the folks on stage are probably doing something from some comic. So you don't need to explain why are they cats? Why is it the 1920s? Anything like that. Yeah.
Everybody just accepts the premise
Yeah.
immediately off the bat. Like,
Yeah.
Tio, do you mean the musical theme by Toxo Dentrail? In which case, yes, it's awesome. I love it.
Can you post that for me? I still haven't listened to that. I'd like to give it a listen.
Sure. It's on YouTube.
Yeah, I just don't have the link right now.
Okay,
Nico,
hold on.
what do you want? Nico. What is it,
The
Nico?
algorithm likes to remind me it exists from time to time.
Yeah, it pops up in
Yeah.
my recommended things every now and then.
Mimu. What is it, little Mimu? I know. Do you see Clint and now you are upset? You don't want to cuddle, now you just want Clint. So I gotta put this bird down.
The eternal drama of the Clint bird. Hmm.
Oh no. No, that's really cute. I can't do anything when you're doing that. That's really cute. No. Stop being adorable. He's being too cute. He buried himself under my hair. Nico, no. No, Nico. What's cute? My parrot.
It's a burb.
My kayik, Nico. I have 3 of them. He's the one that sleeps indoors. Because he can't stay in the aviary. Him and the other kayaks don't get along. Not yet, anyway. Right, now I gotta listen to this Lackadaisy theme. Pause this for a second. Toxodentrail. Why'd they name it that?
I think that's the name. Their name. I don't think
Oh.
like they go by that name on Twitter. I think.
I like this. The description says, "Hey, if Tchaikovsky used cannon fire in his 1812 overture, then I can do the same, but with guns." Nice. Ah, Nico, stop.
Is she getting bitey?
Be a nippy boy.
Picky, rather.
I know what he wants, but I can't give it to him. I can't deliver you to Clint. No.
The
This is
eternal
cute.
struggle of the Fable stream. Juicy says birds are dinosaurs with feathers. Yes, actually, literally.
It's just a dinosaur. They never let you forget it either.
Which is funny because, like, pterodons and stuff were not actually dinosaurs, but modern
No.
birds are.
They are not. However, they are closer on the bird family tree than lizards, so. Because they're another kind of archosaur. So they are related to dinosaurs without being dinosaurs, and birds are dinosaurs, so. In fact, crocodiles are more closely related to birds than they are other reptiles. So, hey, cut it out. Cut it out. Shh. Cut it out, I said. Stop. It's okay.
I think crocodiles are best described by their internet-given name of murder log.
Swamp kitten.
Yeah.
Nico.
Brandon says it's wild how other interspecies can breed together like so many types of animals. That's actually pretty rare.
Yeah, that's not... Most of the time that doesn't happen. It depends.
Depends on how genetically close they are. Like
Yeah.
lions and tigers can. Some lions and tigers can. breed.
Yeah, but they really wouldn't
Horses
in the
and-
wild. It's more of a
No, not in the
hybrid
wild.
thing.
Yeah, it's not really. Yeah, it's more of a people putting them together to make that happen. but-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Typically they don't occupy the same territory, and when they
Horses and-
when
yeah,
they
they don't tend to like they don't congregate together.
Yeah.
That's and they don't really live in the same places either. Like tigers aren't really.
Well, I mean, there are Asiatic lions that live
There
where tigers are
are.
about, but the thing is that they view each other as competition, not mates.
Yeah,
So they
not,
tend to want to avoid each other.
Mm-hmm.
They live in different kinds of lifestyles too. Like
Yeah.
lions live in packs and tigers are solitary.
Yeah.
Well, prides, but
Same difference, really.
not all lions though. Some often like the males will get ousted and they'll wander around alone. But
Corey is asking for the song playlist name. We sadly do not know.
Playlist name? Oh, you mean my Spotify? It's just
Oh,
I just called it cool shit. That's all.
Oh,
Cool
you
shit,
can
and look up
post a
Fable
link if you
Paint.
want. Like you
Yeah.
should be able to link it.
Nico, stop it. Nico, cut it out.
yeah. The weird interread we've been getting here, particularly in the country around where my parents live, is coy wolves. Actually.
Oh. Let's just try
Yeah.
to see if I can't get him on his cage again. Because he's fussy right now.
Yeah, koi
You're
dogs.
being
and
such a
koi
fussy
wolves
boy.
do happen naturally. I mean, if you consider like stray dogs a natural thing.
Mm-hmm. Why does YouTube keep blocking people from saying cool shit?
I don't know. It's weird about like what it picks to.
Being fussy. I'm
And I
not
don't know. Like there doesn't seem to be any control over it anywhere either. Like
delivering you.
I know it really seems to be just some
manually-
AI.
manually allow it, and then it's like, but why?
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Well, I guess that's my job
No, you don't
on
get your
these
way.
streams now.
That's not how it works.
Which is alright. It's just
There is
occasionally I'll get the
routine
one
to
where I'm
today.
like, I am really not sure if I should authorize this, but
Yeah,
most of
you
the
can
time
hang
it's
out with
just
me or you can sit
completely
on your cage.
innocuous.
Yeah,
Just
it's
go to him.
I've almost never seen anything that was like
I know that's terrible for you.
any legitimate reason for it to do that, aside from like maybe somebody using a swear word or something. But it's like even that, it's like we don't block people.
What? People can swear. I don't care about them.
Yeah, I
Swearing.
know. It's just that
Yeah.
like YouTube does that thing where it's like, do you
Oh,
want to
yeah,
allow
no.
or block this
Yeah.
comment?
Yeah, it's
YouTube-
automated. So
YouTube has decided that cool shit is explicit and is asking you to approve it when people use it.
Yeah, sometimes it's not even a swear though either. It's just like somebody using like multiple exclamation points or something.
emojis
Sometimes
or
it's, like,
whatever. Also.
yeah.
Yeah. So,
Really,
Fizzy Dizzy
really
Studios asks, this looks so good. How is Toon Boom compared to Flash? I don't have either, but I figured those would be the best to start with, in case I want to get an animation. Flash is easier to pick up faster. However, it's unstable. It's not fun to draw in for me and a lot of artists. It doesn't handle large, long scenes very well. And a bunch of other crap that's hard to get into without getting into technical details. Toon Boom is overwhelming, but it can do pretty much anything you would ask of it. It is amazing, because it's like animation software and compositing software. It is it's really good for rigs, and it's really good for traditional style animation as well. I vastly prefer Toon Boom and think it's more worth the money than Flash, even though it's more expensive. It is, for me, a better investment. I should play the other song that I jokingly said was a rocket song.
Someone's suggesting Reaganomics from Women Demon.
Ah,
Juicy.
go play Pancake. I'm gonna
I
drive
have
this
a
joke into the
skewed,
ground.
I have a bit of a skewed view when it comes to software prices because I'm used to engineering software now, and like the stuff that art software costs compared to engineering software is peanuts.
Oh, I'm sure. But the artists don't make as much money.
Well, yeah, and
Yeah, so it
engineers
actually is
don't-
even more painful that.
and the engineers don't typically pay for it themselves. It's always the
No.
company, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, generally, if you're working for like at a studio, they pay for your software. Generally
Yeah.
speaking, but
We actually have month licenses for our animators if they need it. It's like if they don't own Toon Boom already, then we can give them like a month-long license. But because I didn't want them to have to pay for working on the project out of pocket.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm gonna set aside some licenses for them, so I got a bulk discount from Toon Boom. If you're working on a short film or whatever, you can actually get in touch with them and see about getting like bulk discounts on licenses. I'd say it's a good investment because if you're working on a project, don't make the people working for you pay for their own software. I mean, if they choose to do that on their own, that's one thing, but don't make that a requirement for working for you. You're gonna run into some issues if you do that, beyond just it kind of being like a bit The other thing is that you're gonna make it so that only people who either can afford the software or pirate the software will be able to work for you. You don't necessarily want that.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
dangerous.
Yeah.
I think the most intense price software I've ever messed with was Cassia, which is 3D modeling. Kind of the same style Newt does with Fusion 360, but Cassia, I think I've heard in the range of $45,000 to $80,000 per workstation.
The hell? How?
Yeah, because it does like fucking everything.
Yikes.
But like
Cannot afford
nobody.
that crap.
Yeah, no, it's really just for it's really meant for like Fortune 500 companies.
Meanwhile, we're like,
don't-
Blender is good and free.
Yeah, well, I mean like if you're messing if you're a hobbyist and you want to do stuff that Cassia does, Fusion 360 is free for personal use, and it does basically the same stuff with I think probably less features, obviously, but yeah, when we were in school, we were only learning with the software, and it's like anybody actually pay for this? I guess so, but it's one of those cases where there's just too much stuff in one package, where like you can build like full mechanical systems, do finite element analysis on them, and also check the ergonomics by putting human models in them and stuff.
What? You put human models on them? What?
Yeah, like the representation of a human in there, and it figures out if the ergonomics are good of whatever the heck you're designing.
Dang.
So it's like crazy, but that's why it costs so much.
I'm just really glad that Blender is robust now. It used to not be. It used to be like, oh yeah, use Blender if you want to do 3D, and it's like Blender is broken. But now it's a really robust piece of software, and it's just getting better. Because it got some heavy investment. Their funding model is different than usual.
Really managed 3D and animation are two things that I've always wanted to learn, but I've never really managed to get myself into. Tried Blender a bit. I'll give it a shot again at some point. Class Jumper asks, what kind of processes do you guys use to put work together? Do you guys set deadlines? Sorry if that's too many questions. Just a curious animation student wondering how you guys work.
I mean, yeah, there's deadlines. The deadlines have been kind of loose because I try to give people like a decent amount of time, but I have asked for the animators to try to get their stuff in by March.
We have to be a little loose about it because so many of the people working with us are working on other projects at the same time or in school at the same time.
Yeah.
This isn't like their only gig, so
Yeah.
You gotta be a bit understanding about that and flexible, but yeah, I mean, we set deadlines for ourselves for like Fable is continually setting deadlines for their work on the animatics for every act and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So that handouts could happen soon enough. And yeah, there's just like lots of deadlines along the way. There's deadlines for like again, we have to be like super loose about it because we also had like a deadline set for shot glass production, but like we're working with a company that is like our liaison with the manufacturers, and we started out with like one manufacturer who seemed to be doing a good job, and then they just like dropped the ball entirely and somehow regressed. And so we had
Oh
to,
my
like,
god,
run
did
out
they
and
regress? It
we
got
had to
worse
like
than the
go find
Lackadaisy.
another manufacturer to pick up the slack, and
Yeah.
so this like set us back. So we were like, oh yeah, we wanted to have by Black Friday we were hoping to have pre-orders up, but this manufacturer screwed that up badly for us. So we have to just play it by how it goes. Like there's nothing like no matter how much we like scream and cry about our deadline though, it's like it's not going to change what happened. So we just have to like work with that and figure out how to make it work.
That whole thing really just sounds to me like they were trying to get you to fire them.
I don't know.
It was so
it's crazy,
I
though.
don't know because it's not clear. Like because easily they could have just said, "Oh, we're dropping it." The fact that they
they could have
even
just canceled it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they could have just been like, "Listen, we don't have time to do this one, or it's too low priority for us. We have too many other big orders to fill, or something." But they just kept like stringing us along with like. I don't even know if I want to explain it again. It's like it's just so tiresome.
You want to explain like the latest iteration that we got? Like they were already fired,
So we gave them our plans and our artwork, the like concept art and everything, and like this is what we're trying to build. And so they build a prototype. It's kind of close to what we were looking for, but we requested some changes. So they go back and make changes. Takes them many weeks to get back to us with these very minor changes, and they come back and it's like it's even further away from what we started at. So we're like, okay, no, we wanted this change and this change, and we need to go back to this, you know. And then they disappear again for another 2 months, and then come back with like another prototype, and it's like even more wrong. Like they just keep getting further and further away. It's like colder, 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 and then like this last time. After a month of waiting for another round of revisions, they come back to us with a cube, like just a block of square wood. We were trying to build a box, it's supposed to look like an embalming, like a crate full of embalming fluid, like in the comic. Like that's what the shot glasses are going to be packaged in. Because we couldn't do it the simple way. So we had to get fancy with it. So instead of like a box, a simple crate box to stow the shot glasses in, we got a cube of wood with no features on it, nothing. It was just a cube of wood.
Bizarre.
And we're like, and then we fired them. And then like one of the people who was in contact with the company we're working through like didn't get the memo or something that they'd been fired, and they like sent us an update. They're like, here's our latest progress on Cube, and they had just like photoshopped details onto it, but the images they used were like different resolutions, so it was very obvious all they did was Photoshop things onto the cube. Like they just took this photo of the cube that they sent us before, and they like photoshopped like the crate details onto it, and it was like pixelated and shit, and it wasn't even quite lined up, and we're like, oh my god, what?
It was so bad. It's not even a well done Photoshop. It's not. And this we are well out of the mock-up stage, by the way, and it wasn't a good mock-up anyway. And it's like you pass this off as progress. Like we were expecting to get like a log for their next update.
Yeah, I know. Like they just kept reverting back and like going worse and worse. We're like, what are they just gonna like show us raw wood next time? That like
I would have
freshly
preferred
cut
raw wood.
Like, is this close to what you want?
I can understand, like, because like working manufacturing a bit, I can understand people getting stuck in like a loop of miscommunications and not like.
There is a language barrier to account for, but like that couldn't possibly.
That was not
be...
it.
Yeah, I mean there's a limit, and
like we had detailed schematics. Like here's the measurement for this. Here's where the lid is, and they like would just like change the position of the lid and like leave out details we wanted and change the hinge type. It was just like, what the fuck did they do?
They were just making decisions without following the directions we gave them. So every time we would get back a new prototype, they would just make a new decision that was not what we had asked for. We were just like, just change this one thing, and they would change like 3 other things. And it's like, that's not what we wanted.
Yeah, so... I think it was just like the thing was getting passed around from person to person within the manufacturing company, and they just like each time whoever got the job was like not communicated with at all. They were just like, here, we're passing this project we don't want to do off to you, figure it out. And so it would just be like a different thing every time, and it just kept getting further and further away from what we actually asked for. So anyway, we had been in the middle of that, found a different manufacturer to work with who pretty much nailed it like right off the bat. And so like, oh god, thank god. So we're waiting, right now I'm waiting for the prototype to arrive in the mail. So I can see it in person instead of just photos of it, and make sure that they should have put the like placeholder shot glasses in it so that we can check and make sure that they will survive transit. That was the other thing we wanted to make sure. They would like pack tightly enough in there that they won't get jostled around and broken in the mail. But yeah, it's like anybody who like comes to you and they're like, why don't you make this or that product or this or that merch? It's like, unless it's a print on demand thing where all you have to do is like upload an image. it's work. It is a lot of work, and it's very expensive to produce merchandise, like really expensive. And yeah,
well, I am really looking forward to, because one of the trends we're seeing in manufacturing is what they call batch size 1, where more and more it's looking for you're able to create smaller things but more customized, smaller amount of things at a time but more customized assortments and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really looking forward to see where that sort of thing can go, where maybe they'll make merch things like what you're describing easier, but
Yeah, that's one of the big
right.
challenges doing any kind of merch is that to make it worth anybody's while, you have to get it in large quantities, which automatically puts it like out of the price range for most people to even get started.
Right. So like a small
Absolutely.
indie thing like this, like we need to sell so many volumes to make it worthwhile to like print that or to produce that many things that it would get the unit cost down far enough.
Yeah,
that we really can't like.
And like a lot of companies don't even want to touch it unless they have like a minimum unit cost of several thousand, let alone 100. So it takes a significant investment. So you have to make sure that like you can even sell those things. So let's say you just want to get like 100 of a thing made. That's too small a volume for most companies to bother with. They'll just be like, haha, fuck off.
Yep.
One point.
And if you find someone to produce that for you, like the unit cost is going to be really high. Like you want to get it up to a number where like you're ordering 10,000 of them, and your unit cost is like $1 per, where you'll be selling it for $10 each. Whereas if you're doing like 100, your unit cost is going to be like $9.50, and you're going to be trying to sell it for $10. It's like, no, that's not going to work. That's why boutique, like indie prices are higher than like your.
Yeah, and it has to do with all sorts of things: the tooling, the prep work.
Yep.
Remember once my boss asked me to get a pallet to ship something, and I called up the company, and they're like, "How many hundred do you want?" I'm like, "I want one."
And then they go, "Okay, bye."
That's not a valid answer.
Bullshit.
Does not compute.
I ended up finding a guy who recycled pallets out of his garage. He sold me one. Yeah.
Yeah, you kind of have to like just rummage for pre-owned at that point.
Yeah.
Bye, AZR. Have a good night. Yeah, we should just find a way to market Lackacube, and then we'll be all set.
I mean, even Lackacube, that's... Well, I mean, it depends if Lackacube actually can contain stuff. We weren't sure in your images.
It's
not
not
just
clear.
a cube.
No, it's a cube. Why do you want it to contain things? What are you? This isn't fancy shit. Expecting a box to be a box? No. That costs extra.
Asking for this box to contain things is asking too much.
Apparently it was.
Yes. It's just
it was far too much. It's just a cube.
Citizen Zombie says, Lackadaisy flamethrowers. Yeah, Lackadaisy the flamethrower.
Yeah, let me just call up Elon Musk. And so that I also can find out what weeding company that he got in touch with to rebrand those weed flamethrowers as like Tesla. It's like, did you know that's all those really were? He didn't like engineer and build new flamethrowers. He just like slapped on some branding on something that already existed.
Yeah.
Hey Ash, what's up?
Is that it? Though, however, that may be a Spaceballs reference, in which case I tip my hat to you.
Presents? Oh man! Girl Scout cookies and an Arizona iced tea. Yeah, this is way better than whatever Val was planning to send me. Fuck that guy. I have an Arizona iced tea and 3 Girl Scout cookies. This is all I really need, right? Thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah. What cookies are these? Oh, already.
Yeah,
like a different shape than usual. No.
Yeah, companies rebranding each other's products is extremely common in industrial setting. Like, everybody does it.
So many computer components, that's all it really is.
Yeah, like, everything.
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean, like, if you're not a company that makes something specific, but your customers all need that specific thing, why not?
Mm-hmm. Cookie. I just got a shitload of sugar. Now I can just consume. Mm-hmm. I'm having myself a cookie break now.
Nice.
Well, honestly. Ugh. How did you get stuck out there? How? How? Get out of here. I know.
Yeah, Spooky, trying stuff like that is how you get a Darwin Award.
Do it, Spooky. Do it. Find out what happens.
Maybe not.
Crack open this big can of sugar. So slippy
Here's
though.
He's
So
great for
slippy.
that.
So
Stay-
slippy. I'll use a ruler to pry it open. 'Cause I do not have fingernails. Ah, there we go. Yes. Drank.
So I can't remember if I said it earlier or not, but I will do the credits slash
Mhm.
word thing tomorrow probably.
Okay.
So we'll have that. I just need to think of what to put on the like either Freckles like dying of horseradish face or I don't know.
Just the sandwich
Or maybe
dripping
just
with
the
horseradish.
sandwich. Nah,
Yeah.
it like you said that like the algorithm likes faces on those thumbnails, right? So
Oh,
assuming
for
it
the
recognizes,
thumbnail.
like,
Hmm.
yeah.
Ah,
Oh, for,
Well, I mean the thumbnail will
that would be a comic panel then.
will
yeah.
be
Yeah, frickle winking would probably be good.
so we need the thumbnail, we need the actual like
Yeah.
title page, and we need all of those things.
Yeah.
is there a particular theme to the stream?
Or it could be like Mordecai
it's,
hiding in the ficus. That would
It's the
probably be a
comic-
good thumbnail.
Yeah, the ficus
Yeah.
is probably the best thing to do.
Because that Morris was Valentine's. Because remember, it's Valentine's, so we gotta make it pink with hearts.
Yeah. Okay, it's gotta have
Yeah.
hearts on it. Yeah,
Mhm.
definitely. It's a ficus, but all the leaves are hearts. It's for
Valentine's
the
stream.
comic. It's for the comic dubs. Alex.
Mhm.
Oh yeah. Speaking of streams, we also need a image for the charity stream. Like a
Mhm.
thumbnail image.
We'll have more
asked
time
you
for that. Yeah.
The PSD for the one he made, and I asked.
Could probably
Malcolm
draw a
for-
new Zeke unless he has an image that he prefers to use.
Yeah, if he has an image, that would work out well.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that thumbnail's gonna need some work.
Yeah. So what do I have left to do on this animation? I have to clean it up a bit. I have to like tie it down. I'm mostly roughing out. Like Freckle is the one who's moving the most. Rocky is done with his rough. Ivy needs to be tracked at the shot. So right now she's just 2 frames.
She's glitching out.
This is fine.
It continues to block the word cool shit.
Damn.
Oh well.
Drink. Animator needs sugar. Seriously though. Good to get. At every studio I've worked at, whenever they have snacks, guaranteed they have like shitloads of M&Ms. Something you should not be eating in large quantities, that's for sure. And everybody is like, please, we want something other than sugar, but then we also all consume way too many M&Ms. A lot of animators are overweight. It's a sedentary lifestyle combined with, like, ingesting things to help you, like, maintain all that focus for, like, hours and hours and hours.
Yeah, well, you guys work, like, I was talking to somebody in the industry, you guys work some pretty crazy hours on average, right?
Yeah. It's actually really hard to concentrate like this for a long time. Like, it's a good idea to take breaks and stuff, like move your body around, because it's physically very intensive.
Yeah.
Oh. Got more comments. My dad used to... Katie Calamity says, my dad used to be an animator at Disney. I recall an excess of massive Kit Kat bars readily available. Yeah. Yep. It's like me at home, I eat way less sugar than when I'm at a studio. Like, Ash coming over here and delivering to me cookies and a big can of Arizona iced tea, I don't normally eat that kind of stuff. Usually if I have chocolate, it's like some dark chocolate. If I have sugar, it's usually like fruit and stuff. Because I prefer those things. I really like trail mix with a lot of nuts and dried fruit. That's pretty good. Yeah, stuff that's not overly salty or overly sweet. I basically want to eat like a chimpanzee, ideally, when I'm snacking. I want to snack like a chimp. If I can get like a big bowl of like spinach leaves and just yum yum yum, those are good. Not even with dressing, just like handful of spinach leaves. It's pretty good.
Yeah, my work's gotten a bit more dangerous since I got access to free espresso.
I wish I had an espresso machine. That'd be awesome. Spooky Musician says, how long have you had the character design of Rocky? Well, for the short, we've, messed with that for a while. I think we, like, finalized it back in April, more or less. But Tracy's been drawing Rocky for a while. He's kind of existed in different incarnations for a bit.
Yeah, since I was, like, in middle school.
Yeah. I'm amused by that, because it's like, I have my own, like, weird-ass muse that also developed in middle school.
Yeah, I think that's common. I know, like, Ashley's characters go back that far, too. So.
Yeah. It's like, it's not that I don't have older characters, it's just they've changed too much since I was younger than middle school to really qualify as the same thing. There's not really a through line.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say he's, like, really the same.
Yeah.
I mean...
But,
he just kind of came from the same place, I guess.
Yeah.
Like, I based him on my cat, so...
Yeah. Rav, he's existed since I was, like, at least, like, 11 or 12.
Yeah.
It's like, I could probably... If I went back to my mom's house, I could probably find, like, the sketchbook where I have, like, some of the first drawings of him. I think that's about the same time as you're like, I really like these stories, but how do I write my own? And you're still kind of regurgitating a little of like stuff you've already inhaled, but it's like slowly starting to become its own thing. But yeah, I mean, Rav was definitely extremely like Oliver and Company and Don Bluth and that kind of crap. Very much inspired him at first, and then a lot of music. So Rocky was like your cat, and then anything else besides the whole like, you know, usual story of, oh, you're working at the game company and the story coalesced. But
Where else he came from? I
yeah, like what other pieces of him?
No, I was just like on my school binders and things for long periods of time. And, like, when I was a kid, and I would just like draw through class, and it was one of the things I would draw all the time. And then I had like very briefly had in mind doing like this 1940s thing where he popped up, and I was like, yeah, I'll make a thing. And he was kind of like a very, I guess, kind of akin to what he ended up being in this thing, where he was like, he was an older character though, and like, and a musician, but I don't know why he's always a musician in my head, but he just always was. And that was just like a passing idea that I never followed through on, and then
Was that the Zoot Suit version of him? Or was that something you never uploaded?
I never
Zoot Suit
uploaded any art of
versions
that.
them,
That idea died pretty fast, and then like some years later, I was like, yes, like getting anxious because work was more about me managing an art team and less about me doing actual art. So I was like going kind of nuts, and I needed to have my hands on actual art. So I was like, I need a project. And I had this old project I'd been working on for years, and I was just like, I had outgrown it really, and it had gone through so many iterations, it just needed to be put out of its misery. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna just like start experimenting with this 1920s thing that has been haunting my thoughts lately, and that's where he kind of reappeared as like the musician character, and but younger, and he kind of like started out like very early in the concept there, like he and Zib were basically the same character. He was like the leader of the band, and I was like, no, because like as I developed it further, and I like came up with his reasons for being a musician and also deciding to take this job as a, you know, trafficking liquor and, you know,
yeah, it's like why would someone do both? And it's like
he just needed to be a younger character who's less experienced, and it's like the band wouldn't follow someone like that around, so I need like a different character. So they kind of like branched off into Zib and Rocky as two very different characters. Gotta get my words in order here. But yeah, so Zib kind of like offshoot of Rocky in a way. Although I think of them as like two very separate entities at this point, but
it's like it would be funny to think. It's like what it's like they are very different characters, but at the same time, like I can totally see like the core similarity between them, because like imagining a younger Zib, I can see him as being rather more like Rocky. Not that much, but
more,
yeah,
like a little more lively and
more energetic.
Kind of a nomad, but
yeah,
he enjoys being out on the road, where Rocky is like didn't want to be and didn't like it and kind of dreads ever happening again. So
Zib's not as much of a tryhard.
No, Zib doesn't care as much about what people think of him.
No.
If he cares at all, I don't know. Except for like a very like select group of people, I don't think he gives a shit. But yeah. But Rocky is, on the other hand, desperate for the validation from anyone, anywhere, anytime. Give him validation, and he'll follow you home like a stray puppy.
And has.
Yes, that's basically what he did to Mitzi, so.
Alright, I'm gonna have to get an early start, so I guess I will pop off for tonight.
Okay. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. It was fun.
Thanks for being here, Nox. Thanks for modding the.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
No problem. It did not require much work. It was mostly just allowing all the swear words that people are apparently in the post. Alright,
There
good
you
night,
go,
everybody.
everyone. Thanks, Nox, for allowing you to cuss in your stream. He has facilitated your vulgarity. Alright, night, Nox.
Good night. I appreciate Nox taking the time to mod and stuff. He actually caught someone who was being kind of dickish, so...
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Who was it? Do you remember the name? Or?
It was someone, like, asking very inappropriate questions.
Oh.
Like, personal questions, yeah. So, he took care of it.
Katie Calamity says, I found Lackadaisy eons ago. It feels like on DNR. Yeah, that's where it started. Solette says, oh, it was Freckle they were drawing. Oh, you mean on the card over there? Yeah, that's Freckle.
Yep. Trying to fix his legs. I don't like how they're animated. It's not very clear what's going on there. I need to, like, decomplicate it, basically. Because a lot of him is fine, but, like, just not... The legs are just, like, flailing around in a way that's, like, hard to read. So... I have to fix that.
Sola says this music makes me feel like I'm in an Olive Garden.
Good.
Max says, I found out about Lackadaisy a few years ago, only when I saw a classmate reading it, but only dove headfirst into it a couple months ago when someone on IC shared one of Tracy's tutorials. Oh.
Gotten real good at drawing in shoes thanks to this project.
Rocky dating, yes. I mean, I still owe you Fable with drawing of Rocky going on a date with Mrs. Babcock.
I like that's the only way to make this not sad. You just on an innocent date with Mrs. Babcock. And everything was fine. I mean, like, he caught on fire a little bit from the candle, but, you know, that was expected.
That's a daily occurrence.
Yeah.
Dizzy Dizzy says, Rocky dating? Huh? Exactly.
Yeah. Hence Mrs. Babka.
Yeah, the lit candle on the dinner table would be probably
Drawn like a
bad
moth to a
idea.
flame.
Yeah. He's like Centralia. He's just always on fire under the surface. It just happens.
It's a metaphor. And
Yeah.
also literal. Trying to make sure Freckles' ass does not look too juicy. The challenges of an animation.
That freckle booty.
Damn it.
The aptly named Juicy says LMAO.
I thought I had this down, then I looked at him and I was like, his torso isn't right, and then I fucked everything up. layout.
It's Gremlin Ivy.
You need a gremlin version of your character? I can do it.
I
They will
like
look
how she has to
terrified in
sit
a
that
set.
far forward on the
Yeah.
seat in order to reach the pedals.
Yeah. Trying to also like demonstrate some like tension in her body language with very little room for anything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a tough angle to work from.
I can do it. Ivy's easy to draw, so
Yeah.
it's a saving grace. I mean, by now I can draw all of them pretty easily.
Yeah.
For some reason, I do draw Zib's nose too big all the time. It's a habit. The thing is, because I make him like slightly too rectangular, and he needs to be more triangle.
Yeah, he's all
Yeah.
triangle.
Yeah. My goal for tonight is to basically get this totally roughed out, so that all I have to do tomorrow is clean it up, and then it's done, basically. So I think I can get that done in the next hour or two. If I have time tonight, I'm gonna refine the cutter that I have on this, so that it has a... Because I asked Z, I was like, is there a way to just keyframe the control points? And she's like, unfortunately, no. This is one of the downsides of the program. You have to make an envelope and then keyframe that. And I was like, damn it.
Ah.
Yeah. This is not... Oh. That's where it is. What music time era is this again? Hot jazz, swing, big band.
Hot jazz was the 1920s, big band was the 40s.
Oh, was it? Okay. tend to get those confused because big band borrows so much from swing, and you'll see like
Yeah, swing
I
and big
yeah.
band were more 40s. Like swing
I've
really
seen
hadn't
stuff
been...
mislabeled as big band that was swing.
Yeah, like you can see like early swing in the 20s, starting to show up in the 20s, and then a bit in the 30s. But yeah, it didn't really kick into like full swing music until the 40s. Big band as well was 40s.
Yeah, there's just like a lot of songs that I was looking up for M, and yeah, a lot of those got labeled as big band. Probably because like those bands continued to exist, and then they were labeled big band. So even their earlier work would be called big band, even though it wouldn't have been called that at the time. So it's like
it's almost like a descriptor of like the kind of bands you'd have playing.
Yeah.
At events like the 20s, you'd have like a jazz band. It'd be like a small gaggle of mostly brass instruments and then like your bass players and stuff, but and drums. But big band was like expanded much larger. So you have like those huge, like if you think of like a 40s nightclub or something when they've got like the full ensemble of musicians there, it's a much bigger. That's literally big band means it's a big band. We've got more instruments and. But yeah, a lot of the same musicians like kind of got their starts in the 20s or a little bit before that, and then like remained prominent through the 40s. That was like their active years.
Yeah, that was another part of the challenge, was that it was finding a lot of stuff that had, like, some stuff in the 20s, and then a lot of it 30s and 40s.
Yeah.
And trying to find stuff that was, like, relevant and in the time period. And I'm not talking about, like, 1930. I mean, like, when it gets to, like, mid-30s, then I'm like, okay, no, that's too far, even for a wiggle room.
Yeah.
The point at which it's distinct.
It's all like kind of a continuum anyway, from jazz age through a little after World War II, and then suddenly like rock and roll barged in, and that's changed like, the prevailing music style. So. These songs do have names. I don't know like where Newt found the... Like, I don't know if they're downloadable for everybody else, or if he...
I don't know. I'd have to ask Newt. I don't know anything. I know nothing.
Let's see.
I should probably take the music and have it, like, loop between a few things.
I can post the names of them if people want to try and looking them up, but I know Newt like specifically licensed them, but they might be available for like personal listening, non-commercial. These are all a little more reminiscent of 30s and 40s music, though. But if you guys like that stuff, I would suggest looking up the Brian Setzer Orchestra. He does a lot of that swing and big band reprisal stuff, and or revival, and Royal Crown Review. For like more modern bands doing older music. My personal favorite is Squirrel Nut Zippers.
Hey, Burby. Burbly. This has been fun to animate. These characters have fun faces. They're designed to be fun face to draw.
I'm glad you think so. I haven't got sick of drawing them yet, so.
Nope. I'm not sick of drawing them. That's never the issue. The issue is just having enough energy for anything.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. If anything, drawing them like gives you energy.
Yeah, I always have fun. They're more extreme expressions mostly.
Yeah. I got a lot of good rocky faces right here. If you look at it.
Yeah, it's good. Good
Yeah.
stuff.
Pretty much every face is a good rocky face here. Let's see. Where's the frickin'... Nah. Where is it? There he is. Ah! That's fun to animate. Freckles' freaked out face too.
I've got music playing. Can you hear it? I just want to make sure you
No,
can't. Because
no, I cannot.
Okay, cool. I don't want YouTube to like boot us or something.
This almost loops, and that creates an issue for me personally, because since it just almost loops, like my eye keeps wanting to make it actually loop, and it's like, don't do that.
Yeah, it does look like it.
Yeah.
Very nearly does. It almost looks like it is intended to. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
gonna
I don't think
create
that's
something.
very good.
Oh, Mark. What I'm gonna do to prevent a... to just keep myself from doing more work than is needed. I'm gonna make a sort of a check on that. So let's see. Yeah. So that slight red flash, like, keeps my brain from trying to interpolate between the start and the front. Actually, just to keep that from being... yeah.
Cool. Art King says you can always check out gamer subs if you want something to replace coffee or just be non-jittery and focus boosting help. I haven't heard of that. What is
Gamer
that a beverage?
subs. Hmm.
Thanks, Art King. See ya, spooky musician. Have a good night. See a Herm Doggy.
Bye, Herm
Who's
Doggy.
your favorite old time era singer? Tough question. I like Louis Armstrong and Ella Fitzgerald and I guess it depends on what you mean by old time exactly. Like if you're talking jazz age or like, because I like a lot of classic rock stuff too. From like the 60s and 70s. Cab Calloway is another favorite of mine.
He's pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, I like the Beatles. I like Simon and Garfunkel and all that stuff. More mid-century stuff, I guess. I'm listening to Bob Dylan right now. Solette says, when do you plan to have the short finished and how long is it intended to be? This year and about 20 minutes. I think it's at like officially at 22 minutes right now, but it'll probably change somewhat as we...
Yeah. That's sans credits and everything.
Yeah. Solette says, I looked and y'all have some really good voice actors. Yeah, we think so. We're really happy with everyone we've been working with. They're awesome people too.
Yeah, they've been really fun.
Yep. It's kind of a different sort of project for them to be on, and they've kind of embraced it, which is nice. Because usually, like, they'll go, if they're recording for a show or something, they'll just go and do their lines, and then that's kind of it. But with something like this, they get to interact with, like, the rest of the crew and be involved in other things, and kind of watch the project come together, so... Our king asks if you live within hearing distance of a train.
Yes.
Yeah, I've heard a train go by your
Yes.
place before.
I live next to a drain and an airport. So you might hear train, you'll hear helicopter, you'll hear plane, often helicopter. One reason I wanted to get a better microphone was so that I could actually the microphone was more directional and be able to filter some of that stuff out just by like being stronger over here versus over here. I don't mind that level of noise. Like, I've lived in noisier places around Los Angeles. Like, besides the trains and the planes, it's pretty quiet here. Like, I don't have, like, big 18-wheelers going past my front door constantly like I used to. That's way noisier, and that's all the time. It would actually make it difficult for me to sleep at night.
It's kind of the cost of living near a major metropolitan area like that. There's gonna be noise.
Yeah. Right now, I'm just tracking Ivy, so I'm determined not to actually animate her all that much. Like, her hair is going to be the most animated thing on her. Everything else is just going to track. Because there's already so much going on that I don't want the cleanup artist to have to do even more work on somebody that just doesn't need that much attention. She's just like, fuck. This is all that's going through her head right now.
I mean, if you were driving in that position, like, you'd probably, like, freeze pretty much and be like, oh, fuck.
Fuck! Yeah.
Like,
Ivy uses the one fuck.
Like,
Yeah. Wasn't there that... You got very concerned with one of Ivy's lines where you, like, you heard some... You thought in the audio that she said fuck.
It sounded that way. It's
little...
like, it's one of those things where, like, as soon as someone suggests the sound, like, what it sounds like, that's all you can hear.
And I was like, I could not hear it. I was trying. But I thought that was really funny.
No,
It's like, Ivy really does...
saying, just fuck around.
Just fuck around. Still correct. Still in character.
We'll see in the end if other people hear it too. Like, yeah, I could see her using the word in that context, honestly. Maybe just fuck around.
Howdy, howdy, howdy. Who dat?
It's me.
It's Katie. It's a wild Australian.
It's true. I mean, I just saw that beautiful leg spread going on there, and I had to see what's up.
Wait, were you in, like, last night? Did you see any of this?
I was sleeping.
Oh, that's right. You were in the stream, but you weren't in chat. You weren't talking to us.
Yeah, I saw you in the Twitch chat. I think.
Yeah.
Maybe it was you.
I was on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
stream.
Yeah. It's been a whole process today.
Admiring what you. what you were doing with Freckles.
Yeah, we got Rocky's crotch,
Flash.
and I was trying very hard to not make Freckles' butt too juicy. I was like, just no.
Oh, is that a problem lately, is it?
He was getting a little bubble buddy, and I was like, no,
Aw.
no. Boy is round, but that's not what we wanted. It's not what we wanted.
He's not round in the right places. Just
Just his head?
yes.
Yeah.
Just his cue ball head and eyeballs.
He's got to do more squats, I guess.
Yeah.
Aw.
Work on that little
Poor
butt,
child.
Freckles.
No, I can't get it out of my head, him doing squats. But still having this look of just total disappointment.
He needs implants. That's
No, just attach like a couch cushion to his ass. There you go. Make sure then he can put his pants over that. It'll do the job, right? So much less effort. And lumbar support.
All we'd have to do is stuff his tail into his pants and
Get the tail caught in. Whoops.
So, kind of an amusing story. Among the famous St. Louis gangsters, there was one who had been shot in the ass. He was a
amazing.
gang leader, and he famously walked around with a pillow everywhere he went because he could not just sit on his butt anymore. And his,
Oh, damn.
The name of his gang ended up being called the Pillow Gang. So
That's I was wondering how that name came to be. I was like, oh, that makes sense now, and that's hilarious. And I bet they were very dangerous people to be called
yes,
the Pillow Gang.
yes. However dangerous they were, they always had like a sense of humor about the names they, like the nicknames and the
So
names.
they came up with that name? It wasn't...
No, I think it was probably the
No.
other gangs probably called them the Pillow Gang because
Uh-huh.
they probably did not come up with that kind of marketing scheme themselves. Like generally, these guys have a lot of ego, so they probably would be sensitive about that, which would be the point of the other gangs ganging up on them, like being bullied by the other gangs.
Alright. So. Yeah. Oh, Katie, this might be helpful to you. I don't know if it will, but, so I did not realize that if you import original bitmaps, it's actually less taxing on Harmony than the Toon Boom bitmap. Toon Boom bitmap is like a higher quality bitmap pre-rendering, basically, which I guess slows everything down, according to Z, so I replaced my PNG sequences and my my still cards all with original bitmaps, and now it's like I can play back things real time.
So, I mean, I have a pretty decent computer, so
Me
I
too,
haven't
but
noticed a lag too much.
Mm-hmm.
I had to upgrade a lot when, well, particularly last year, and we was all sent home for a while there. The studio did give us some nice equipment to go home with, and just the difference when I then went back and had to send everything back, but also had, say, Lackadaisy or other personal projects to work on. I couldn't stand the, you know, the sort of
yeah.
strapped together with duct tape kind of life that I'd been living up to that point.
Yeah.
So
No,
definitely
I-
invested in
Mhm.
good computers.
I have spent a lot of time
Sorry.
getting I spent a lot of time like investing in my my computer. So it is comparable to what you could get in studio at this point. It does a much better job than most people's computers, that's for sure. But I've kind of
Yeah, I
had to do that
understand,
too
like,
because I've
a
been
lot
working
about
freelance. Yeah, for so long that like if I don't invest in my computer, I won't be able to work. Period. Because I can't work on Potato.
Yeah. It's definitely an investment that pays off pretty much immediately.
Mm-hmm.
But
It is-
I can
it
understand
pays
how
itself
a lot
back
of our
very
crew,
quickly.
like still students and stuff, and won't have access to that sort of thing yet.
Oh yeah, they haven't yet like even realized like just when I say computer potato, like a lot of this project is designed around the fact that I know that most people have potato. I'm like, do not deliver me 4K. Do not do that. Here's how to optimize your system, like having Z on hand to help with like technical issues, and Newt is IT, and so often the issue that he has to fix for people is you're running a potato. That was one of the best decisions that I made for the project, was make sure that we have an IT guy on hand, because I think that's one of those things that most people don't even think about unless you've been in studio, and then you know how often you're interacting with the IT guy, and if you never paid attention to that, you need to start paying attention to how much you interact with the IT guy.
Frequently.
Yeah. They are like the brain of the operation, basically. In sort of a more literal way, like connecting their neurons and everything. 'Cause it's like, what is it that maintains the brain? That's the IT guy. He's the immune system. Or she. They're their immune system. And, oh, they're so freaking vital. No production would get done, period, without the IT guy.
Prove their worth this last 12 months. That's for sure.
Yeah.
When, I mean, we still have the vast majority of the studio remote workers. And, oh boy. Yeah, the IT people are kept constantly busy.
Oof, yeah. That's actually my biggest concern for going studios turning virtual, is that my feeling is that if you do that, you're gonna run into IT issues a lot. And any studio that decides that they're gonna like create productions by like just using freelancers' equipment is gonna run into a big problem. Like, I expected all this, and I still got an IT guy, but also it's worth it if you're like you have more money than us, which is pretty much anybody, to give any employee a computer to use. So that the IT guy doesn't have to deal with like 15 different kinds of computers that he has to keep track of. It's like they're more standardized. He knows like how they operate and what's likely to fail and not. So, I mean, Newt has a ton of experience doing IT for like Best Buy, so he has to interact with like a wide variety of computers all the time. But sometimes I wonder how frustrated like a different IT guy might get if they didn't have that kind of like consumer experience.
Gonna have to restart this computer. Speaking of computers, I was
All
just
right.
bragging about how good it is, and now my Centini yeah.
Reboot will still be here.
Centini needs rebooting. I'll catch you in a few minutes. See ya.
I'm rather liking how this is turning out. Like, there's like this really subtle 3D on Rocky that I was going for, and I'm just like super happy with it.
Yeah.
He really looks like he's in that car. It's like very subtle stuff, but he looks like he's in the car.
Yeah.
Okay,
looks
gotta
great.
finish my tracking. Tracking is tedious but necessary. I'm basically doing tracking the extremely old-fashioned way. Oh my god. There's like so many little like tidbits of film production history knowledge that I have acquired over time that has turned out to be radically useful. It's like, if you know film history, if you know the old ways that they used to do things, then running a potato will be less of a problem, because you can kind of like figure out, you can like create your own solutions to things, like how do I do tracking without having automated tracking. You know, it's like, okay, well, how did people track shit? I don't know, I'm just getting excited. I'm getting nerdy. Sorry.
No, don't apologize. It's interesting.
I fucking love movies. Sometimes I sit there and I'll like suddenly feel guilty all of a sudden of enjoying what I do as much as I do. But then then I'm like, shut up, it's fun though.
I'm glad that you have those moments of enjoyment, because I know a lot of the time it's just like the stress probably overwhelms any like sense of fun you might otherwise have. So
Sometimes that's happened, but rarer than you think. It's really when I'm not working that I feel bad. I think the most stressed out I've been was before was like showing the crew the animatics. That's the most stressed out I've been. Well, that and when like people drop out and I'm like, oh no, because it's like I gotta find somebody.
yeah.
Or if someone's having like a lot of computer trouble, like that makes me nervous.
Yeah.
Thinking too far into the future makes me nervous, because I will easily put my brain. I'll somehow think of myself as currently being in April, or like May. I'll just be like, what happens in May? What's the project going to look like in May? And so I imagine it being May, but the moment I imagine it being May, I go, okay, what have I gotten done? Oh no, only this much in this many months? And it's like my brain like involuntarily mistaking like the amount of work that I've actually gotten done like in a certain period of time as having taken longer somehow. I don't know. Projecting your emotions into the future is just always a bad idea.
Yes.
Yeah. That stresses me out. Doing the work does not. But yeah, showing the animatic to the crew though, that was like, oh, I was so nervous.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Hi, I'm back by the way.
Hi.
All of this makes perfect sense.
Yes.
Because it's all about when you're in control and when you're not.
Yep, basically. So when I'm showing the work to the crew, I'm like, I just really want to get everything done on time, is like my thought. It's like, it's not that I don't enjoy working on it or I couldn't do like another 15 passes. It's that I keep worrying about time, and I'm like, if I don't get this correct, like as good as possible before I show it to anybody, then it's gonna take more time. And we only have so much time. So it's always kind of comes down to my stress about time. Because pretty much any problem can be solved if you have enough time. And time is money, so even like time means that you could eventually like get more money. So it's really important to keep track of time. That stresses me out. Time. Fucking ADHD as fuck. I'm not good at time. What is time? I lose total track of everything that I'm doing. The fuck?
A game that's dropping tomorrow.
A game?
Yes.
Ooh.
Have you ever played Little Nightmares?
No, I have not.
It's a It's a platformer, sort of 3D platformer. It's horror themed, as per the name. You're a little child in a yellow raincoat in a world full of tall, creepy, long-fingered adults that you're trying to hide from.
Yeah, I watched Let's Plays of it. I haven't played it myself. But...
That's gonna be a nice reward. A nice, relaxing reward at the end of a long day.
Very relaxing.
Super relaxing. See, I know you worked in games, but do you play many of them?
Not as many as I
Not
wish.
as many as you might have thought.
I only have so much hand energy, so I physically cannot play games most of the time.
Yeah, while I was working in games, same. It was like you do so much. Like you're pulling well over 8-hour days, and it's just like there were a lot of times when I would just like work and come home and sleep and get up and go to work. And
That feels very familiar right now.
yeah.
Yep.
No, I can understand that maybe the tolerance for it was probably pretty low, because there are times when I just can't stand cartoons. 'Cause I'll be just working on them all day, and then I come home and the partner wants to watch a cartoon or something. I'm like, can we?
Yeah, it's like-
not? Yeah.
I can see, not wanting to then work on or watch cartoons after working on them all day long.
Not every day though. I mean, if anybody looks at like my my streaming history, like most of the TV shows I watch are cartoons. I'll admit it, or anime of some kind. But
I am obsessed
some
and
days,
I'm always watching cartoons. I can't stop.
yeah, it's good stuff. But some days, it's too much.
The only thing that I get sick of is more like staring at a screen. That's probably the other thing. Staring at a screen gets a little bit tiresome.
Does it start to feel like
Yeah.
work? Like if a
It's
screen is there, it means work.
no. It's a bright light like right in front of my face, and I'm always looking
okay,
like
yeah.
6 inches right in front of me. So it's like that gets tiring. It's like can make eye strain. No, I'm fucking obsessed. If I wasn't, I don't think I'd be in this business for as long as I am. I can't stop. It's a problem.
drawn, Fable? Have you drawn little X's on the hand layer, the arm layer there, that
Yes.
correspond to places on the wheel?
Yes. In fact, I made a new layer, and that shares the same parent peg as the arm. So, like, you can just hide the little track thing. So I'm just doing it, like, extremely old school, basically. Old school tracking.
That's cool. I don't think I've actually seen that in action before.
Like, in After Effects, there's, like, an automated tracking thing that you can do, and it essentially is doing the same thing I'm doing, but just, you know, automatically.
Yeah.
There might be a tracking feature in Toon Boom that I don't know about, which would be nice, but I don't know how to get to that, and I don't want to research it right now. This is working out fine for me for right now.
Team Snack, BRB.
Hello, hello.
It's looking really good, Fable.
Thanks. Thanks. Yeah. It's like all this
It is.
like little trickery shit and then it looks good suddenly. There's all this little shit. There's a whole lot of
Definitely
compositing
goes
tricks
through
here.
a messy phase, but
Like you can see it. You can see the shot now. This is a shot that I've been like had in my head like really really clearly for a while now. And like when I first thought of it, like it really made me laugh super hard. And
yeah.
I was like, I love that shot, but I can't work on it. I have to do other things. But then the person I assigned the shot to dropped out, and I was looking at stuff that I needed to do this week, and I was like, I could just do that shot. I'm gonna just take that shot. Nobody gets to do it but me. Which is probably a good thing, because this might actually be one of the more compositing challenged scenes. There's not many shots where we see something like this happening. This many layers of
You
crap.
can see there's going to be water, foreground elements, 3D car, 2D characters, fog. Fun.
Tracking 2D characters on 3D car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Mesh warp to save time, which it would take me a while to explain to one of you guys, but it's like a trick I learned about, and Freckle bouncing against the car door and also making him have the appropriate amount of terror in his eyes that I want, instead of having to go like, no, like this, and then making everybody hate me. Drawing Rocky from this angle. I think would be a challenge to almost everybody.
I mean, this one, because everyone who's going to draw it is going to be like, like this, really?
Yeah. Actually, knowing that I was going to hand this off, I tried to make the board drawings like as clear as possible, because I knew this was like a tough angle. But I'm glad I got it.
Helping yourself in the end. Still
Glad
good
I
to give
got
yourself good clear drawing.
Doing some things for myself. I am.
funny squeak at the end.
A lot of screaming, yeah. Sorry. Okay, how long have I been doing this for? 7.5 plus hours. Okay. I think I'm gonna call it a night now.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah.
call it a day now. Stream, folks.
Cool.
Save often. I'm saving all the time. You guys have no idea. I don't have autosave on because I save more often than autosave. And then when autosave starts to save, it often will, like, interfere with something I'm already doing. And it actually can corrupt or crash the file. So, I don't have autosave on. Yeah. Alright. So, I think I will attempt to render this.
Sleep or something.
How do I need to sleep? What are you implying? Lag.
Thought you might say that.
Okay, let's see how long this takes to render. I have some pizza I can get to. Clint got pizza tonight. Oh wow, 4%. Okay, this is not worth having the stream look at it. Okay, guys, I'm gonna say night. Thanks for joining me. Tomorrow, I guess I will be tying these boys down. Not in a bad... The drawing is going to be tightened up!
Sexy way.
No!
In a sexy way.
No!
Is what Fable meant.
No!
Tie that bubble butt freckle down in a sexy way.
He's a child. Well, almost a child.
We've decided that.
Not